A legendary Monday afternoon to you, to all summoners there who are watching. Settle old rivalries or maybe make new ones here at the Rift Rivals GPL. You know, OPL, and of course, LJL. 3 major leagues fighting it off for supremacy in the Summoner's Rift. We're gonna be your shoutcasters for this game. I am Shinbu with the one, for an I, and my partner here is Coach Arctic. Ladies and gentlemen, as we head on to our first match. Now, looking into our schedule, what we have here is actually Oceanic Pro League versus our very own Garena Premier League.
Man, oh man, it's gonna be a very exciting game that we have there.
Yes, and what are the teams that actually will be representing? For us, we got Garena Premier League. What we have here is
Basically we have for each region we got the top 3 teams, of course, first, second, and third seed respectively from each region. So for the first seed, as we see in our schedule right here, it is actually going to be the first seeds, Gigabyte Marines from the GPL versus the Dire Wolves of the OPL.
So first seeds versus first seeds.
Yes, there.
Very interesting matchup here. Now do take note that of course we're very familiar with Gigabyte Marines making such a very nice run in the playing stage for MSI, right? Securing, we owe a lot actually to Gigabyte Marines.
Definitely.
Securing a GPL slot into the League of Legends 2017 World Championships. But of course, you cannot disregard. We are also a wildcard region, but of course, you cannot disregard the talent that comes in from the Oceanic Pro League, mainly from their top seed, Dire Wolves, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so we're just gonna wait up before we load into the drafting. But what are your thoughts so far here in the Rift Rivals?
Well, it's very interesting. I really like the format that they went with Rift Rivals, in the sense that, sure, you have all these first seeds. You really have to work as a region here. It's not just you as a team anymore. So let's say we're talking about GPL, wherein we know for a fact that Gigabyte Marines, one of the really strong powerhouse teams, they definitely proved themselves as of the last MSI. But the name of the game here, it's all about the regions here. So it's not just Gigabyte Marines that needs to pull the weight, but as well as Ascension Gaming and Mineski for the GPL. And same goes for the other regions. It's not just about the first seed, second and third seed. Everybody across the board has to perform in order to attain the glory of winning the Rift Rivals for this particular Rift.
Oh, you can see our players there preparing for their fight. As we head on to the first agenda for the day, those are players from the Oceanic region, ladies and gents, along with their coach, of course, the team, Dire Wolves. And as we mentioned to our viewers there, we are mentioning a lot of teams here, right? We got Ascension Gaming, Gigabyte Marines, Mineski for GPL. Of course, you got Dire Wolves as well, right? And other teams as well coming in from the OPL. And the interesting part here, along with LJL as well, okay, is that they're fighting here as a team, okay? Teams fighting as a team. Like you got Ascension, you got Gigabyte, you got Mineski representing the whole of GPL. Of course, 3 teams as well representing OPL along with LJL as well. The interesting part here is that the region who would win or will come out on top of this Rift Rivals, okay, division or cluster, is that we'll get that golden Rift Rival icon.
Oh yeah, that would be very good. So of course, if you guys want to get in, if ever we do win, of course, as a region, be sure to grab your icon, whichever of your favorites one, just one IP.
Yeah.
And then just equip it, play a game, and then if we're lucky enough to pull off a win here in Rift Rivals, then we'll get that golden. It's pretty good actually.
Yeah, be sure to support, of course, your respective regions. Of course, whether you are from for GPL, for OPL, and for LJL, because those are going to be limited edition icons.
Oh
right?
Yeah.
Okay. Only one out of the 3 regions would be getting that golden RR icon, and I do love the swag here that Riot is putting in for the Rift Rival. This new tournament actually that we have here. It's the first time that we have this concept of Rift Rivals beating off all teams actually, you know.
True.
It happens not just here for LJ, OPL, and GPL. It also happens for the likes of LCK fighting LMS. If I'm not mistaken, you also got Korea on that cluster. Of course, EU versus NA for the cluster as well of the Rift Rivals. And all for the purpose of bragging rights.
Yes.
Right?
The glory.
Who is the better team? Who is the better region?
Man.
It's all about rivalry. It's on. Hashtag it's on.
And you know what's interesting here is that these regions coming together, like we mentioned, GPL, OPL, and for LJL as well, they're rivals in their own regions respectively. So for them to have to be teammates in a way, representing the region, that's actually going to be a very interesting dynamic here. So from rivals locally in their own respective regions, going into the like a stage higher where they have to go up against other regions as well, but together representing GPL, OPL, LJL. So, we'll just have to see if this will actually translate to all three teams managing to carry out their weight and bring glory to their respective regions.
And I'm very curious in seeing the other regions. How do they play the game? Because we've always been curious. Of course, we are Filipino casters here. We've always been curious about seeing the play of the likes of... We've been curious, now we're very familiar actually with the playstyle of Gigabyte Marines, of Indonesian teams from Thailand, Vietnam. Of course, we're very familiar with our own local meta here in the Philippines. But of course, I'm very curious what's the meta in Japan. They're saying that there are a lot of Velcos players there. Seeing the performance. No, I know that running joke, but of course, their performance as well in All-Star, right?
Right.
In All-Star. And of course, I'm curious as well, what's up with the Oceanic Pro League, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. And what are their approaches with the game?
And this is the perfect opportunity, not only for just the audience, but even the teams for themselves that are in Rift Rivals right now, to potentially scout out who might be major competition if ever they're lucky enough to proceed to what will eventually be Worlds later on in the next few months.
Yes, aside from the juicy bragging rights that you can win here in Rift Rivals, I think the lesson here, an invaluable lesson here can be picked up by the teams as well. This is what's so good about Rift Rivals. As you mentioned, this is a nice opportunity on fighting other regions. Win or lose, it's always a plus for a certain team.
Definitely.
To know certain metas, to know certain what's ups. If ever, what are the specific approach for example for OPL and for LGL into League of Legends, and also exposure, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, not just exposure in the sense that you get your team name out, but exposure in general to the international scene, wherein, like you mentioned, these guys get to witness all the different playstyles coming in from different regions. And it's great because when you're one of the teams participating in this, and even as a spectator,
Yes.
even as viewers right now, we get an inkling as to how these different play out, their team strats, their communication, to an extent, just how they play. And maybe, we could learn a thing or two from each other.
Yes. Now, I'm just curious, Archie. The front guy of this Rift Rival tournament is gonna be Vi and Caitlyn.
Yeah.
We've been familiar actually with this rivalry. I thought at first it was Caitlyn and Jinx who were rivals, but I believe it would be fitting if it was Vi instead of Caitlyn, because they have really ragtag approach when it comes to, for example, for Vi,
right?
Yeah, you have this very punch-in first sense of justice,
exactly.
Right? Whereas for Jinx, you have this. Of course, there are villains in League of Legends, right? But for Jinx, it's just crazy villain thing which you got going on, right?
Yes.
But for you, what kind of rivalries, other rivalries in League of Legends, do you're familiar with, or do you
Wow, you know what? There's so many, but to be honest, one of my favorites, it's probably one of the more obvious ones, but it's just so classic. It's the Battle of the Freljord, where you have the Everrosans, the Frostguards, the Sandra Ashe, and Sejuani. I really like the concept that they went for.
That's a lot of champions involved, though.
Yeah, that's a lot. It's not just those three, but then you have to connect the Braum and all these different champions.
You got Lissandra versus Ashe. Right?
Yeah, there you go.
You got Tryndamere versus Trundle, right? But for me, I think what I love is actually the recent one. I was a big fan of the Noxus. Because you brought it up, because you brought up groups here. I was a fan of the Noxus and the Master Rivalry, especially more on Noxus. Not much of a fan of the Piltover and Zon rivalry. And I don't know what's up with Shurima. If they are really rivals with the place where Aurelia came from. Right. There's this new map as well coming in, introducing the animal hybrids.
Oh, right.
That map where Saya and Nakan came from, and even Ari, Vistaya, as you mentioned.
There you go.
But one of my favorite rivalries actually was the recent one, Yasuo and Riven.
Oh,
the legendary
there you
versions,
go.
right?
Yeah, and of course for our region, it was Yasuo that came up on top. So I don't know who you voted for, but I'm pretty happy myself because I'm on Team Yasuo all the way.
I was originally on Team Yasuo, but there was a bad change, I think, for Kha'Zix. Now I keep on spamming Kha'Zix a lot, and yeah, despite actually putting some fluidity buffs on Riven, it's still Yasuo that won.
Yes,
No?
there you go.
Yeah, he's just that popular. He's just that popular. no 10 ban system can stop Yasuo.
No.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, before we head on to our game, we're gonna show you a clip featuring the Rift Rivals. It's on.
This is not a game, don't take me lightly. Brain cell from insane, bring the pain like enough to nice me. The last thing you see when you falling asleep. And then the whole city now you messing with me. Nigga, you want it, you got it, then good. Get it, you want it, tuck it, I live it. Mess around and get 2 fists for Christmas. I don't play, do the deed and get away with no scrapes like I'm OJ. Ride it, reckless. I'm about this money, putting checks on my checklist. Might check your necklace, might smack this squad up. You may go hard, but we go harder. So if it's on, it's on. So if it's on, it's on. So if it's on, it's on. Might see me banging on my chest like I'm king. Okay, what the problem is? Mess around and try to rumble with the problem kids. King of the jungle, screw the talking and the politics. You wanted a leader, okay, now follow this. If you want me, I'ma put it on you. Slow sitting like a freight train. Not of this earth, we are not the same. When my crowd to the side say hi to the king.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I really love that
it's jamming,
video.
yeah.
That jam, you know, it's so like, yeah, we're here. Rift Rivals, ladies and gentlemen. And what's so interesting about that video is that, as we mentioned, there's this NA versus EU, there's this Korea versus China versus LMS. Rift Rivals is happening all around the globe. You can see the X marks there, you know, and the whole map of the world, actually. So you can actually check out updates as well, what's up, what's happening on the rivalries between different regions as well, not just here in OPL, LJL, and of course GPL. And I really love that first line from the song. This is not a game, don't take me lightly.
There you go.
What? Holy cow, man.
It literally
Right?
resonates.
Literally resonates in every Riot video, in every event, in every esports moment that happened here for League of Legends. That,
Absolutely.
well, this is a game. But for us, it's more than just a game.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's more than just a game. And indeed, don't take us lightly.
No, not at
No,
all.
don't take us lightly here, ladies and gents. And we just got word that there are some technical issues happening there in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. That's actually the venue
Yes.
for our fight for today. Imagine, you know, we got Japanese teams coming into Vietnam as well as teams from the Oceanic region going there. So I want to mention that we're gonna proceed on a short break. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, GPL Gigabyte Marines versus OPL's Dire Wolves. Who do you think will win? It's time to settle old rivalries, even make new ones. It's on, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Rift Rivals.
There we go. Of course, the bans being thrown off back and forth by both Gigabyte Marines and Dire Wolves, as we are going to be seeing a Varison and Ash banned out from Dire Wolves, as well as the Galio and Zac going to be taken away. So actually very distinctive here. So first two bans coming in from Gigabyte Marines, a lot of respect for King coming in from Dire Wolves. And then of course the other side, it's actually much more diverse, much more meta-oriented. Both the Galio and the Zac, we have seen how strong an impact both champions make for the games that we've been seeing thus far. And technically, I actually like the logic here for Dire Wolves banning out these, even the Kennen as well, because these three champions, technically for Gigabyte Marines, they're so great at playing to the meta that to not ban them is almost like asking for a death sentence.
Yes.
So no surprise at all.
Very true, as you mentioned. Galio, Zac, and even Kennen. And I'm just really curious here. First set of bans coming in from Gigabyte Marines would be the Varus and would be the Ash. Certain emphasis on the ADC position. The first pick actually here is on Gigabyte Marines. They're actually depleting the ADC pool here, which would allow Dire Wolves to actually secure an early Caitlyn. Paired with the Rek'Sai here, I'm really curious, what is the pull here by No Way? No, available ADCs here. If I'm not mistaken, we got the Twitch, we still got a Vayne. I'm not so sure about Jhin. If Jhin is a good pickup for this game because Ash is already banned, right?
Indeed.
I'm not so sure if it's Kalista. Alright, it's a Kalista. Alright,
Yes,
so
indeed.
we have a Kalista. Alright. So no Jhin, no Twitch, a Kalista. Very interesting. Now I'm curious what will be thrown here by the Gigabyte Marines. So interestingly, again, we got a Rek'Sai from Dire Wolves. Recent changes on Rek'Sai would be leaning her on Rek'Sai on becoming a more like an assassin champion, really, instead of a tank. And rather, it's gonna be a classic combo. It is actually the guy who entrapped Lucian's wife. You know, sometimes people mistaken Kalista as Lucian's wife. Trash. Alright, so we got a Tam Catch here. Little is to be revealed actually.
Yes.
Top lane and mid lane are still available pickups for both of these two teams.
I'd say for Dire Wolves, it's definitely a little bit more sound, a little bit more... Well, actually, even for both sides. It's just that looking at Gigabyte Marines, especially now with Archie back in the top lane.
Yeah.
So this will actually be an interesting dynamic.
I was
for
actually
them.
curious. I thought Nivan was going to be the one playing
Yeah.
here. But yeah, he's back at top lane. And of course, you got No Way here. You know, going back to Vietnam.
Yeah, there we go. And regardless, you know, what I really like about this is that looking at this, the Gragas, the Kalista, the Thresh, there's just so many things right off the bat that you could see that going into these clashes, Gigabyte Marines is just going to go skyrocket. You know, there's a lot of things that Dire Wolves has to look out for, and knowing how Gigabyte Marines plays, I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, they really get things going, even with just these three champions. So I'm actually interested in seeing how they'll be tying this up going into the second pick phase.
Very true. We got the Zed here removed against Optimus. I'm not so sure if that should be enough. Renekton as well doesn't want to be get picked here by Gam as by Dire Wolves. So I'm really curious what would be in the top lane. They're going to be putting Corki here in the mid lane. The patch they'd be playing in, I'm not so sure if it was the patch wherein there's a weird update on Corki.
Yeah.
Increasing his attack ratio or distributing his attack ratio to 75% magic damage instead of 50-50.
Exactly. And, you know, overall, looking at the draft that Direwolves has thus far, you know, there's definitely a lot more safety both with this Corki and the Caitlyn here, as opposed to the Gigabyte Marines. Especially, there we go, the Lee Sin actually being locked in. You know, they're really in it to win it.
Yeah.
Once they go initiate, things are just going to explode. And Direwolves are actually interested in seeing how they'll be responding to this going into the game with the draft that they have.
And so far, Gigabyte Marines flex is being ignored here by Direwolves. Last pick here by Direwolves would be the top lane instead of the mid lane. Okay, that would allow Gigabyte Marines for Optimus to actually picking quite a safe mid lane champion here, which is Victor. And the top lane is going to be played in by Fiora and Gragas. It would be quite a challenge actually for the Gragas
Indeed.
Fighting a Fiora.
But speaking of which, it's interesting that we're seeing both Victor and Corki. I'm getting flashbacks of one of the previous seasons wherein Corki mid was actually still very much prominent. So with the changes that they've made, hopefully we might be seeing him making a small comeback. But then again, we'll just have to see how that ultimately manifests as to how Corki will perform, because the meta this time around, it's actually very interesting. There's been a lot more creativity with how teams have been playing out their draft. So ultimately, this is actually a great measure with Rivals here to measure all of that out.
Well, I'm pretty sure this is the update where the Corki's attack has been raised a bit, and of course, I think attack speed, if I'm not mistaken, it's really the ratios that I'm really curious, especially on how will you build resistances against this Corki. I'm really curious as well, because it seems that there's a visible lack of durability here from these two teams. What I want to mention here is Gragas could translate into a very clear tank, but on what direction? Will it be magic damage or will it be AD damage? My guess it would be resistance against AD damage.
Right.
Okay, so gonna be ignoring the magic aspect of Corki here, because Rek'Sai actually is nerfed down. The tank Rek'Sai has been nerfed down, and this is like being leaned more on becoming an assassin Rek'Sai. So I'm really curious what will be the outcome of a prolonged fight here, if ever we're gonna be getting prolonged fights. My expectations here would be like explosive fights, you know, explosive short fights. But one thing's for sure, Gigabyte Marines would not want the Fiora to have a comfortable time in the top lane. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are now live in the Summoner's Rift. This is the first match of today's episode for Rift Rivals, played between Garena Premier League's Gigabyte Marines versus Oceanic Pro League Direwolves.
Yes, there we go. So looks like both sides already locked into the Rift. Let's go ahead and see who will be the first to bring supremacy and bring them one step closer to bringing glory to their region. Is it going to be the Peeps, the first seed from the GPL, or will the Peeps from Oceania actually...
First seed from Oceania as well. Direwolves, ladies and gents. So for the pickups here are very, very interesting, reflective of patch 7.12. Could see here what could be the early pickups of items here. Of course, classic Doran's ring. Doran's shield, rather. Even in the mid lane, Fantic's gonna be picking up the Doran shield, no?
Yeah, you know, it's Doran shield definitely been one of the rising one of the surprise items that we've been seeing from these type of champions, but with very good reason, because of the new mechanics that the Doran shield has.
You know, I think the biggest buff here in the Doran shield is not necessarily, they say that it's the regeneration. Oh yes, you get nice regeneration, but it's actually what balances it out is the added damage.
I agree.
Yeah, added damage to minions. Like the difference between Doran's blade and Doran's ring is only 3 damage. But on top of that, you only get like 8%. What is 8% lifesteal in early game?
Yeah, there you go.
Right? 8% of 16, that should be around 4 health per hit. But of course, you get like flat regeneration in Doran's ring, whether you hit something, whether you hit a minion or not. Not to mention that on-hit regeneration as well.
Definitely.
That you get whenever you get hit, you get regeneration as well from Doran's shield. So nonetheless, first that is here. You got a Death Sentence connecting onto the Caitlyn. Lots of damage here, but Exos is put down onto No Way, as Destiny would just be licking his way into the ADC of GAM. No first blood yet, but 2 summoner spells popped. in this bottom lane. Rather in this blue side jungle here, Levi running for his Shenfire. Do take note that the Q has improved damage, especially when you're on borrowed form. But it's already been casted, so yep, back
Yeah.
away.
Yeah, both sides actually really picking up the heat early on. Actually, we're only in 3 minutes into the game, so really interested in seeing how this will eventually manifest because we're definitely seeing a lot more proactivity. But then again, it's very much understandable. These are the two first seeds from both regions, so to be honest, I'm actually not as surprised at the same time. So whether or not we'll see something later on that'll eventually manifest into a first blood, that's actually something I'm really looking forward to seeing. And who will be getting that first blood, especially?
Very true. It's not actually two summoner spells that just burn the bot lane. It's just the exhaust on Destiny. That's gonna be big, really. If ever, for the side of Gigabyte Marines, because they have a very aggressive jungler.
Definitely.
You could actually get a side burst rotation from Levi, and capitalize on the lack of that exhaust against Direwolves.
Yeah, but even at the same time, for the Rek'Sai, Shemfire as well, all because of the burrowing mechanic for Rek'Sai right there, it also makes in for a very... could actually be much more sneaky, whereas opposed Lee Sin needs to have that resource to connect to in order to go for this place. But yeah, regardless, both junglers, I really like that you brought that up because either way, both sides, we're definitely going to be expecting a lot more action, a lot more creativity with these two.
Yeah, I think they actually spotted Lee Sin here, Levi, on that red ward there by the mid lane. There are actually pings now here in the bot lane trying to take command if ever they would go. Maybe, that's just my guess, that they may try to go for the tri-brush dive on Direwolves, but that is already cancelled here as Levi would actually just go for his Krugs. So status of the map here is actually side lanes are getting shoved in favor of Gigabyte Marines.
Yeah, Gigabyte Marines really putting on the pressure here. Although at the same time, this doesn't really give Levi... Well, I actually like it at the same because this does allow Levi kind of the opportunity to power farm a bit to get a foot up onto Shemfire. But then again, at the same time, it goes the opposite way as with these lanes pushed out, it actually also gives Shemfire as well much more opportunity to get some ganks on with this Rek'Sai.
Of course. Every shove is a threat
Exactly.
for the team. So they should have a nice idea of where the Rek'Sai should be. And that's my guess. Actually with those pings Levi's put down in the bot lane, he is actually keeping tabs on the Rek'Sai and constantly relaying that to the team. That's what makes a good jungler is. So right now we are only in the 8k gold mark here as the first 5 minutes of the game pass by. Triple Doran's ring on Archie here, so I'm very certain that this is definitely patch 7.12 and not 13, as the Doran's shield, the Doran's ring stack is still available.
Yes, there you
still
go.
not a unique passive.
So Archie really want to keep up to par with Chippies here on his own damage that he could exert. But then again, of course, at the same time, he also gets that extra health and mana regen as well. So, but there we go. We actually have Shemfire in the vicinity. We'll be seeing something.
Do take note that Levi as well would be entering the top lane. Shemfire shows himself first, connects the empowered Q here, knowing that Archie actually went for the re-engage with a level 6 ultimate, not connecting. It's all quits now. Darwolves would fall back.
Man, I really like the coordination coming here from Gigabyte Marines and even the respectiveness to Shemfire here because if he continued to commit even just for an extra second or two with Levi in the vicinity, that actually would have probably been much more dangerous for Direwolves right there. But still, a lot more safety. No first bloods just yet.
No first blood. But of course, do take note of the deficit here. That's one full wave lead there by Archie. Commenting as well on Noe's lead. 58 against 50. If you compare that to King. So let's see what would the answer here of the team from Oceanic Pro League. So far, it's like the mid lane is actually a standstill. There is the Sheen available on Fantix.
Indeed. So there you go. It looks like both top laners actually went for the back. Ooh, an attempted hook coming there from Sai, but looks like won't be getting the connect though for the meantime.
Indeed. So for a game, this early game falls heavily on the junglers.
Exactly.
Yes. Really curious what would be the movements here of Levi. Levi has been very iconic with his plays actually back at MSI if I'm not mistaken. No, and now what we got here is the second rotation of the big buffs we given now to Fantix here. Items considering the items, not much to be revealed. We're actually thinking of GPs might be aiming on building that Tiamat Ravenous Hydra.
Yes,
But
indeed.
went for the Vampiric Scepter first, no? Very interesting.
Yeah, you know, granting a little bit more sustain, but also look at the damage though output onto Archie. But then again, that is a lot committed. But still, Chippy's definitely emerging a little bit more on top right there. Of course, this is something that it's pretty standard, I'd say.
Yeah.
Luck, there's nothing really much going on for Chippies right now, but later on, definitely, especially since it's very equal, he's definitely gonna get a lot more fuel going with this
The
VR.
problem here is delaying your Tiamat
Mm.
would just, from Archie to just keep on shoving and shoving. This is a triple Doran's ring, Gragas. All you need to do is just barrel roll body slam
Right.
his way to like range minions or even to the minions itself. So you would always expect the Chippy would be farming under his tower. That's a nice ward there. Okay. Could be predicting Levi's side brush gank. But this is actually a counter gank setup.
Yes.
Just waiting if ever Sharon Fire would be in the top lane. So right now, that information, Levi recalling in the top lane, that should be a signal that Sharon Fire should be in the bot lane.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's see what could be the adjustments here. Rather, there's actually a shove in the top lane,
Mhm.
and Sharon Fire also predicted that Levi might be there. So he actually went for the Cloud Drake. Such a
Yeah.
nice read on the map here by the jungler of Direwolves.
Yeah, it's really all about having that jungle sense, kind of
Yeah.
predicting the movement of your own enemy jungler to just kind of adjust to that. So let's go ahead and see, though. That will be the first Dragon Drake.
Nice.
Actually soloing that. So
Yeah.
taking it like a champ right there. But then again, this is the somewhat reworked Rek'Sai, so I'm actually not surprised. So
Yes, jungle is a chess game.
yes,
Jungle
there
is
you
a
go.
chess game, and that chess game, 8 minutes into the game was won there by Shenfire. Nice read on the map. I think Archie's shove in the top lane was too obvious, or maybe it's just that Shenfire really knows how to read the map, or at least before Archie would be shoving the top lane, there should be a ward at least in the DR.
Mm.
Every time that on that certain region of the map, the jungle is not available, you should swap it out with a vision.
I agree with you there because if you're gonna look at it, things are so equal. We're 10 minutes into the game, not a single. But holy,
Yes, there's a flash in Flay. The Bucks did not connect Zoe to the Tam Kench. Even the death sentence won't tag him despite the sonic wave. So lots has been burned there. Sass, flash for flash. Support for support is the target here. So much, not much. Do take note that these are only supports. And if you compare the two, Thresh and Tam Kench, still should be the Thresh that should continue going for the pressure.
I agree there. And it's interesting because this is definitely truly telling, but okay,
Oh.
Chippies and Archie actually
Yeah,
going
he
at
got
it
no mana
together.
though. He got no mana, so I really doubt he'd continue for it. Go for it. Do take note that explosive gas is not
Hmm.
is not yet used here by Archie. But let's see what should be the setup here. Optimus is as an idea. There's no vision actually on this side brush, but he might have an idea that Shenfire is actually hiding on that brush as well. Okay, very interesting. So we just got I think a few technical difficulties for our stream. We'll have that checked by our team. But so far, I'm not seeing any complacency
Yeah,
from
no,
these two teams.
we
That's my
can-
conclusion.
it's very interesting because this is truly a game where you can see the reason why these two teams are the first seed of their respective regions. Again, nobody's being complacent. Everybody taking the extra precautions necessary. It's not like other games that we might have watched wherein, let's say a top laner would overcommit to going 1v1 when in fact the enemy jungler is already there.
Yeah.
So I really like how both sides really taking their time and taking even the smallest objectives, very equal, but taking whatever they can, whether it be CS or even that dragon take coming from Shrimpire right there.
And no hesitations to actually like delay their reactions, especially that flash in there by the Thresh. That's actually a positional mistake there by the Tam Kench. But of course, should have an idea that that's actually the power as well of the Lee Sin and the Thresh lantern pickup. So like if you like be in the range, Thresh would be flashing in, puts the play on you, plus the lantern. That should be dangerous. Good response there, or rather good instinct there by the Tam Kench to actually flash out. That's actually the biggest action that we've seen on that game. As we mentioned, these two teams not being complacent. Every movement is still calculated. So we're just curious what would be the outcome. My guess is for the next explosive fight, it would be a teleport.
Perhaps, yeah.
It would be a teleport play.
when
That's just my guess. Might be a tower dive by Gigabyte Marines.
There you go. Especially, this is kind of the trend where we're seeing the sudden 4-man gangs towards bot lane, leading into a teleport. So maybe that, indeed, I actually agree with you. Especially since things are so silent so far.
Yeah, because what would happen is Chippy's picking up. She got Vampiric Scepter, right? So no Tiamat. She'd always get shoved. So all Archie needs is to back out. Then the bot lane, Thresh and Kalista's always been shoving as well. The bottom duo of OPL here of Dire Wolves. So what would be a nice setup, especially Lee Sin is very capable of actually climbing that blue buff side of Dire Wolves. Go for a flank on the Tribe Rush. Then yeah, teleport lane. Explosive Cast would be such a nice skill to actually reset that fight if things doesn't go well, or even pick up one champion.
I agree with you right there. Like I mentioned, if we're going to look at everything with Gigabyte Marine's composition, very explosive. There's so many tools that they could use to really sway a 5v5 in their favor. But then again, at the same time, looking at the composition that Dire Wolves has, a lot of safety with the Corki and the Caitlyn to just kind of poke from the back line while the rest kind of do their magic. They have that Rek'Sai, Fiora as well, especially if the Fiora becomes a threat later on. And then they also have that Tahm Kench for that extra precaution if ever any of the members do converge onto the more squishier targets of Dire Wolves.
But Fiora has to watch out as well.
Yes.
Against the Victor. Okay, if you consider actually the composition here of Dire Wolves, Caitlyn is okay, facing Victor. She's got the range to actually secure the waves, clear the waves. But of course, it's very likely it might be a static shift Caitlyn, might rush the Infinity Edge. We don't know. One thing I'm sure is it won't be the Runaan's Caitlyn because of the nerf. So there's a limitation now on the wave clear of the Caitlyn. What we got here is the mid lane as well. In the mid lane, Corki has decent wave clear.
Oh yeah.
But if you compare that to Victor, it's so very different. Victor only needs one skill, the laser, to clear fill waves. Whereas Corki would need two. The Gatling gun and of course the Phosphorus bomb, right? So if you account for all those conditions, there's lots of nice kit here for Gigabyte Marines to shove in the members, not just in the lanes but also during field fights of Dire Wolves. Now we are back in the game, ladies and gentlemen, and it's time. Actually, it's already 1-0, and the first blood was secured by Levi, killing the Tahm Kench.
There you go. Tahm Kench.
Wait, sorry
Sure.
Look, Archie has teleport on cooldown.
Oh.
Might be a I'm just saying. Even though we did not see it.
The predictions.
Yeah, that's just my guess. It was a teleport play.
But yeah, I mean, regardless, it's definitely something that manifested towards the bot lane. And, with things going on for Levi, it definitely gives him a lot more room. As we have been championing, we've actually been talking about this yesterday during the collegiate stream, wherein these players from Vietnam, for some reason, they have such an abundant pool of fantastic junglers. So putting that kill onto Levi definitely grants him a lot more room, a lot more pressure. But here we go.
Fate's call on this one. Play connected. The Bucks did not, as the Devour is put in here by Destiny. He gets kicked out. But Levi has the predictions for the Sonic Wave. Resonates in for the kick and a kill against the Caitlyn. It's just a matter of time for Destiny as the 2-0 is laid out here by Gigabyte Marines. In the ball lane, two members are set in the top lane. RG gets punished. The man with a beer would be walking out. On top of the grand challenge, he will fall. And it's 3-1 in our scoreboard of First Blood Turret, still in the hands of the Gigabyte Marines.
Man, finally picking up the action, both Gigabyte Marines and Dire Wolves. But then again, at the end of the day, I'd say definitely Gigabyte Marines. Like you mentioned, they got the kills, they got a lot more kills, and then they got the first turret to boot. Although unfortunately it couldn't translate to a dragon, but still definitely a job well done by the Vietnamese team.
And Levi is crazy.
Absolutely,
I mean, that was an insane prediction by the Sonic Wave.
That was well calculated as well.
To actually predict where will the Devour land, or where will the Tahm Kench bounce out the Caitlyn.
Again, this is like world-class jungling that we're seeing right here, but still, nonetheless, of course, we do have 3-1. Still, anything can happen. It's still very even as far as the gold, if we're going to take that into consideration. Only 600, so still not really resulting into anything huge. But then again, like I mentioned, it's Levi that Dire Wolves have to look out for here. 100% kill participation, getting full, being the reason pretty much for why Gigabyte Marines has these all 3 kills. So we'll just have to see.
And Levi's looking forward to Snowball.
Oh,
more.
Yes.
That is a Giant's Belt. What a weird item to see in the Lee Sin, but this is perfect for this fight. I'm gonna be expecting a lot of tower dives coming in from Gigabyte Marines.
Definitely.
And that added health would give Levi more durability, actually more health. turret shot. So let's see what will happen here. So you can see that the bottom duo of Gigabyte Marines is set now in the top lane. That is of course predicted by the Dire Wolves as they have to cover ground from there. And that lane, actually Ravenous Hydra is completed by Gypsy, so she would have a hard time really freezing this lane.
Oh yeah, actually,
Okay.
like, because with that, you don't really have an option to proc that up, so it'll ultimately result to pushes. But here we go, we have a fight.
Another death sentence here, this time on the Reap Herald beat. First would be Destiny, next is the jungler. Two Mantis here gets removed coming in from the Dire Wolves. Let's see that they're insects on a toad. Let's see here, Archie would be body slamming into his death. Sonic Wave puts the vision on Pandix. There is Gypsies responding coming in from the bot lane. And the 4-man squad here of Gigabyte Marines, they're actually scouting. They can make a peek. Right now, crowd control is only in the hands of Shah, and I don't think he has a clear shot for that death sentence.
Man, oh man, good on Gigabyte Marines, actually able to stop that Rift Herald, and they're sieging this mid lane turret.
Another death sentence coming in from Shah. Homing death sentences, that is just crazy. That is threatening as well.
Man, the accuracy, absolutely insane so far for this Thresh. And again, definitely manifesting for Gigabyte Marines. Finally, you know, we're definitely seeing a lot more power, a lot more dominance, a lot more control. Actually, even the predictions are on point. You know, clearly not wanting to give out that Rift Herald to boot. So definitely a great performance being put on here by the Vietnamese. But then again, I do want to take note for Dire Wolves at the same time, the hope and the prayer, the salvation that they could potentially capitalize on. Again, one of the champions that I've kind of been worrying about here might be Chippies on this Fiora. 2-0-0. So like I mentioned, if you get a Fiora going slowly, we have seen how Chippies has been going up head-to-head with Archie. So now that he's 2-0 up, we'll just have to see if this might something that Gigabyte Marines can deal with later on.
That is true. Very true. Right now, there's a visible lead here by Gigabyte Marines. But if you look into the itemizations, the itemizations here of Dire Wolves is very threatening. Those are big power spikes. You got a Phage now on Fiora. Had it been that there's no Phage there and only Boots and Ravenous Hydra, it could have been a nice match, but hold that thought. As you can see, the 2v1 here, this should be big for Gigabyte Marines. Misses the kill. That should be punishing for Levi, and no way gets pick off in the top lane. This fight has been dragging on too much. Does Archie have the body slam here? No respawn may come in. Let's see if Gypsies can actually queue out. Puts in the repose, but still managed to survive. Not quite. Levi gets another kill. It's 3-0-1 already for this jungler.
Man, might have taken a while to take down Chippies, but then again, still, Gigabyte Marines actually doing a great job here. But then again, Dire Wolves as well, this does open them to potentially taking the Rift Herald. So still, regardless, this will put them still on even playing field.
And Dire Wolves can still answer. Can totally answer big time. Because those are big spikes as we mentioned. Right now, that Phage adds more durability, movement speed. It should be a problem. It's the only one click again on building that Kindle Gem, and a few clicks to go and a few gold away in building the Black Cleaver. There's an inherent run on a Fiora. That's not behind. Fiora, you know, going even with Fiora is not enough for Gigabyte Marines. They have to put that Fiora behind right now because it will come to a point. I really doubt Gragas can 1v1 a Fiora.
Definitely. I mean, it definitely showed earlier. That was already 2 people on tour.
That's already 2 people. So there should be a change in playstyle here by the Gigabyte Marines to like force towers here. Maybe 5-0 tower. That's just my guess here. Because once this Fiora has the Black Cleaver and starts split pushing, it is a very, very punishing situation for Gigabyte Marines. Not to mention that Fantix already has his Trinity Force. Now building onto his next item, Zeal.
Yes, there's definitely a lot more pressure on Levi here to try to really try to figure out what he wants to prioritize, who he wants to try to keep up to par with Dire Wolves, especially now that they've been starting to attain their spikes right here.
Yes, and look at that. You seen the Rift Herald actually sent in the mid lane. That is not good. Rift Herald was picked off by Dire Wolves as well. So that should be big for the OPL team because that means Gigabyte Marines cannot 1-0 a lane. They have to cover the lane first because of the Rift Herald. Quite cleared fast by Optimus and Levi, but that puts the tower score in the mid lane even. 1-for-1.
There you go. But still, very interesting though. I mean, again, 20 minutes into the game, there's still no definitive lead. Then, sure, we could definitely peg it onto Gigabyte Marines. They're up a few gold, but regardless, like you mentioned, Direwolves, there's definitely so many threats that they have to work with right now. And we have seen that was already both Levi and Archie earlier converging onto Chippies, and it took them quite a while. If anything, Levi himself almost became a casualty. So imagine just how much more deadly Direwolves will be once they're actually grouped up together.
Yeah, so let's see. Archie goes all in on Chippies. But Archie would, rather Chippies would back out, knowing that the Lee Sin will be around. Levi's actually rotating for the bot lane, and Archie managed to tag in Chippies. It's another 2v1 situation. They're not allowing this Fiora to get his Black Lever. That allowed Levi to get a rampage, ladies and gentlemen. So that's how it's done. As much as possible, no late game split push for you, Fiora.
Exactly.
Right now, the situation earlier, around the 20-minute mark, had it been that there's an Infinity Edge on King, I would dare say Direwolves would have the lead for this game. But right now, if Gigabyte Marines continue to read this game properly, the way they're doing it right now, keep on ganking Fiora, keep on doing 2v1s on Fiora, especially with the added armor with the Deathman's Plate by Levi, pair that with Archie, then it should be no problem. Because once they kill the Fiora, they could just, again, 5-0 a lane.
Indeed, and if you're gonna look at things, I really like how Gigabyte Marines is playing this out. You know, I mean, particularly for both Archie and Levi, really on Chippy's case right now, definitely don't want to put him into any position where he could be that salvation that I've been speaking of for Direwolves right here. And again, it's hitting two birds with one stone. Not only do they set Chippy's behind, but then again, it only asserts Levi's dominance as to really getting the action on here. But looks like Archie might be in trouble.
And Archie might be the one receiving the 2v1. Make that a 3v1 as the Devour will deliver King on this one. King actually receives the bad Islam. There's the trap. He gets rooted. He sits on that one, gets the crits, and gets the kill coming in from GPs.
And this might actually result to turrets being traded off across.
It'll be a trade. But if they actually manage to kill Shenfire here, no, Shenfire would back out. I was thinking of, you know, the battle's actually close.
Oh,
close,
right.
But yeah, they have to answer that split, that tower to be destroyed. Rather, what would happen here is the bottom duo of Direwolves would recall leaving the tower on GP. So this still the plan. Direwolves still sticking to the plan because they know that will work. Late game split pushing Fiora.
Yes. You know, it's just all about making sure that they don't fall off too behind and allow Gigabyte Marines that opportunity to just kind of emphasize their own strengths by taking down, like getting those small pickoffs to slowly establish a lead right here. But still, we've been talking about leads. No clear lead just yet. But then again, like you mentioned, if you're going to peg it on to who is kind of at the optimization right now, it's definitely on Direwolves.
It's definitely on Direwolves. If I'm going to recommend another item on Direwolves, I would recommend, well, there's a Trinity Force. The problem is the Shin procs. If I was thinking of like an AP itemization on Pantix, because right now lots of armor is being invested here by Gigabyte Marines. So Fantix, it would be nice for Fantix to, I don't know, I might be mistaken on this suggestion, Void Staff, actually. Capitalize that 75 damage, yeah, 75% magic damage ratio on his photos. But nonetheless, he would want to get, of course, nice item, Rapid Fire Cannon. Get that extended range just to allow you to get your Shin procs early. So
I actually agree with you there, because if you're gonna look at it, I actually like that Gigabyte Marines. If you're gonna be looking at it, a lot of the players for Gigabyte Marines are definitely leaning towards the armor, which actually makes sense, because if you're gonna look at a lot of the damage that Direwolves deals, definitely leaning towards the physical. But like you mentioned, that Void Staff, it could potentially be a possibility, because it, without the magic resist to really protect Gigabyte Marines right now, like you mentioned, really take advantage of the spikes that Direwolves has right now.
Corki has a very nice kit. He has the Valkyrie, he has this burst, he has this poke, right? But there's one thing that is always being overlooked on Corki: the hybrid build on him, the penetration. If you actually review some of the guides actually available there for Corki, that's always on his first description. It's very hard to itemize defensively against the Corki because he has hybrid damage. Not the same way as Jax, really, but like literally could like put AP on him, and that would still reflect on his damage. For this situation, you could observe there's the Gauntlet on Archie, there's Deadman's Plate on Levi. That's just my suggestion. Right now, if you could see there, what might be the next item of Corki? He got a pickaxe. So my guess there might be Infinity Edge. Alright, the crit build. But that can easily be countered by maybe a Randuin's or even a Thornmail from Levi. Actually, that Deadman Speed already counters it. So,
I mean, just the armor build up. Yeah.
why not reinvest on magic damage? Just a little suggestion.
A little bit of flexibility,
yeah, and like try to penetrate that defense that Gigabyte Marines is doing. Because right now, Gigabyte Marines, what they have right now for this game is actually their mechanics and their good rotations. I still believe they have a slight better read of the map compared to Direwolves, especially with Cheapies getting caught out in 2v1 situations.
I agree, yes.
But the problem here is it still doesn't stop Cheapies. 24 minutes into the game, still has that Black Cleaver complete. That is already too threatening. All the Cheapies need now is one defensive item. And she should like steamroll on one lane. Maybe a Guardian Angel. I don't know. But for this situation, let's see. Lots of pressure actually. Lots of eminent pressure is being built up here against Gigabyte Marines. It might come to a point that what could be a nice solution here in favor of Gigabyte Marines would be a very nice team fight with
Speaking
Optimus. Optimus stepping up. Let's see here. No, we got a free hit here, but this is too awkward. They're actually fighting high ground here. Let's see on the flanks here. You got Fantix here. They have to back out. They have to read this properly. They have to find a way of landing that very nice gravity field. Plus the Chaos Storm. This is too awkward. This is too dangerous. That's two tank members. Chaos Storm with the two targets. There's also the gravity field. Might be the choke point that they're looking for. And Destiny gets popped here. The time catch. The time catch might be the hole that Gigabyte Marines is looking forward to, as time catch is not that durable for this late game. Now they got a death sentence on King as well. What is happening to the Caitlyn? Members of the OPL Direwolves getting plucked out by the Gigabyte Marines one by one. No casualty coming in from Gigabyte Marines, and that is exchanged for 3 members of the Wolves.
Wow, that was amazing. Just when you thought that Direwolves actually had it in the back, you know, they were really going for the offensive, going for the chase onto Gigabyte Marines. But once Gigabyte Marines found a perfect time to exploit how Direwolves was just kind of committing to their own respective targets at some point, went for the reverse, went for the counter engage, and that was absolutely amazing. Gigabyte Marines will be getting the first inhibitor of the game.
Well, nonetheless, as I mentioned, it's a 5-0. A 5-0 on a lane. That's what would allow Gigabyte Marines to win, because they have such a nice kit for team fights.
Agreed.
It's just that I think Destiny has the miscalculation of reading his durabilities.
Yeah, let's go ahead and check out that replay though. What's interesting here is that you'd really think that Gigabyte Marines is in an awkward position because they're actually kind of stuck together in that jungle part here. But then again, this is what I'm talking about, the division between Direwolves right here. They weren't quite decisive on what targets they'll be going for.
Yeah.
And as a result, since the rest of the Direwolves, they were kind of not on the same page as to which target they want to go for. That was the go signal for Gigabyte Marines at that point. Really just going on. And look at this. Beautiful hooks coming in left and right.
And something's blowing up here in the bottom pit. It's on! It's on in the bottom pit. But of course, it's off already for Cheapies and Churnfire here. Do take note that King has a low life. Can they make a miracle play? Can they get a kill? That is the battle secured by Levi. But that is also Archie going down in the hands of Fantix.
Man, this is a classic, almost world-class pro game that we're seeing right here. Again, you know, that's that calm before the storm that we've been seeing within the first 10 to 20 minutes of the game. And once these sprites started exploding, it just went all out for both sides. But then again, at the end of the day, the dust has settled. Gigabyte Marines definitely in a better position right now.
And I take it back earlier that Destiny has no durability for against Gigabyte Marines damage. What happened actually in the mid lane? Destiny did not rock the thick skin.
Oh.
On the last minute. Had it been that he managed to click the thick skin, it would turn things around for Direwolves, because the suggestion here is the flank would be handled by Churnfire, whereas the front line would be on Chipsies and of course Destiny. Meanwhile, the back line would be in Fantix and King. It was a nice plan actually. You burn the Chaos Storm in the gravity field using Destiny and Cheapies. But again, mechanical mistake there by Destiny.
You know,
the rest of the thick skin.
Regardless, this is actually very interesting here. I'm actually quite interested in seeing just how Direwolves will respond to this now that they're in a position wherein it's crazy, because if we're going to be talking about the gold lead here like 5 to 6 minutes earlier, it was like literally within the hundreds to about 1,000.
Yeah.
But now, finally, we're seeing something a lot more definitive, leaning towards the 5,000 to 6,000 to Gigabyte Marines. So again, just that one explosive fight really set the tone, really changed things.
Okay, so another tanky item coming in from GP is gonna go for this longsword, and of course you have the BF sword as well. I guess I'm trying to read actually what would be the next item, but it really be lethality. I really doubt it would be lethality.
But yeah, I
from
mean,
the
regardless,
broadsword.
look at how decisive it is. Gigabyte Marines definitely sticking to the game plan, forcing Dire Wolves into a more defensive position. You know, they really don't want in on losing another inhibitor, because if they do, then this just sets them back like so much that whatever equal ground that they had with Gigabyte Marines earlier, especially right now, technically they're not even on equal ground anymore. It'll just widen and widen that. I don't think with the composition that they have, they'd really be able to withstand such aggressive power from Gigabyte Marines.
And this is now a good read here by Gigabyte Marines. There is the Yordle Snaptrap wall in the bot lane. So all they need to do is actually continue pressuring the mid lane, whereas that allow the remaining members of Gigabyte Marines to chip into this inhibitor turret. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, top of the backstairs, also the gravity field that allowed a double kill coming in from Norway. Make that a triple kill, a quadra, ladies and gents, and it's only the last member that sets up the first pentakill for the Rip Rivals. Is that a pentakill? No, not yet. It's GPs as well, managed to escape. I was too excited. But yeah, nonetheless, that should be the finisher for the Gigabyte Marines. Wow, it's almost
absolutely crazy. But then again, even with the hashtag Penta denied, still congratulations to the Gigabyte Marines landing it for the GPL first
teleported out, no? what a freaking cheesy play, man.
Right.
I mean, your base was about to be destroyed.
Right.
And you teleported out.
Oh man, that was absolutely crazy, but still, nonetheless, there we go. We have the winners, of course, performing on the stage right now. Gigabyte Marines, about, you know, really good camaraderie at the end of the day, sportsmanship, just going for the handshake with the peeps from Dire Wolves right here. But then again, of course, this is good news for the Garena Premier League, because this does set them one step further. Again, it's all about the glory for Rift Rivals right now to really go the next level. So we'll just have to see. Again, it's all about Ascension Gaming and Mineski. Will they be able to perform themselves to pick up the win?
And
have to see.
It's actually, as we mentioned, learning something from the different regions here. If there's one thing I learned from OPL, they would, you know, drop defending their base.
Right.
And teleport out just so they deny you of the pentakill.
Yeah, exactly. Like, no pentakill. No.
You can have my base. You can have my base, but no pentakill.
Just
okay?
That small, like, that would have been like the cherry on top.
Yeah, I was looking for the Fiora, because the only way to go is actually go back to your fountain. But instead of going for the fountain, actually went for the path that would not be predicted, and that would be just walk away then teleport.
Right. Man. But still, nonetheless, of course, looking at that game, let's just go ahead and do a quick recap. Again, like we mentioned, it's that calm before the storm that happened. Both teams just kind of waiting on that right opportunity, that one explosive fight. So again, this is a very classic pro game that we're seeing here, wherein the patience really manifesting into that one big fight that really tilted things towards the Gigabyte Marines' favor. And again, Dire Wolves realizing that they were in that position wherein they couldn't really get that comeback. They were really forced into a more responsive position at the point. Plus that Baron take from Gigabyte Marines, pretty much just Gigabyte Marines really capitalizing on their win conditions to the T.
Yes, very true, ladies and gents. That is just our first game. We have our next set of games here on Rift Rivals. Witness the very best, you know, clash between the regions here. LJL, OPL, and of course, GPL. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been your shoutcasters for this game. I am Shimbu with the 1, 4, and I. And of course, with me is my partner, Coach Arctic. Ladies and gents, we'll proceed to our next game after this quick break, and just stay right there.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Ref Rivals. Do you think your region has what it takes to take on their adversaries or their strongest rivals? We will find out right now and they will sell it here in Ref Rivals. I am Vulcan and with me is Shembo. We will be your casters for Game 2.
Of course, in this Game 2, if you look into our schedule, we just came in from the match between OPL's, of course, Direwolves versus GPL's Gigabyte Minis. This time, it's another run for OPL's Legacy Esports versus, now I'm very interested on this league, LOL Japan League.
One of the newest leagues.
Yes, and their #1 seed from LJL,
Yes.
if I'm not mistaken.
This time it will be the battle between the second seeds. It will be the Legacy Esports from OPL's second seed against Detonation
Focus Me.
Focus Me,
Yes.
second seed of
Of course,
LGL.
second seed of LJL. Okay, so it's gonna be a very interesting. This is not actually our region, right? This is like two very different regions. We're not quite familiar, really. I've seen a few games from OPL way back, actually just last year, but not this year. You know, and there are some certain differences in their metas. Actually, observing the match earlier, if there's any certain difference, it's actually the Corky pickup. Yes, and of course that Fiora teleporting away, just denying the penta and not defending his base. Now I'm really curious what's up and what's new again with these two different regions pitting against each other. Especially from Japan. I'm really curious about Japan.
I'm really excited to see how Legacy Esports, they are one of the newer teams in this whole League of Legends teams because this is from Japan. They are the second seed from LGL against the second seed of OPL, which would be very interesting to see because Detonation Focus Me is some of other new team that has very much majority of them have Korean imports, as we have information on that. For Legacy Esports, they are, of course, they're veterans so far, so I think LGL will find this matchup very entertaining and helpful for them because Ref Rivals is all about making new friends.
Indeed.
Or instead make bad friends.
So ladies, it's actually like a culminating activity there. I've seen the pictures of our teams actually having a really good time there in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. But nonetheless, reviewing the bands here, we got a Fiora, Elise, and of course the Caitlyn. Because you're dealing with the Fiora and Caitlyn, these are actually very meta picks of the 7.12 patch. Even in the previous patch, the situation of what League of Legends is right now, Elise might be a focus ban, but there's still the top 4 junglers. There's still the 3 available junglers here. Zac gets banned, of course. Nobody wants to see him in any game. Really.
Yeah, almost a 100% ban rate so far.
Yes, his Q is just too overpowered. And of course, you get a Galio here. Do take note that there's still the Torrents stacking available for this game. And of course, Lucian. Alright, Lucian ban here coming in from Detonation Focus Me, relieving a lot of early game pressure in the bottom lane against Legacy Esports. I'm really curious why ban the Lucian. This is very likely a scout ban.
Scout ban against Legacy Esports, whereas they are on the blue side, so they are prioritizing the Saya first. Now they are hovering on the Jays. So very interesting picks coming from Legacy Esports, whereas Detonation Focus Me, they immediately got the Thresh and the Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai from the previous rework has been very powerful in executing targets.
Yes.
More of a substitute than a Zac, in a way that Rek'Sai does have these huge AoE in a way that he can really bypass vision and same mechanics.
Damage ratios has been increased. That's the thing. There's the before the buffs right now on Rek's side, there's this series of nerfs on the tank Hex side to the point that she's actually removed on the meta. Now she's being returned. It's almost like a rework actually on her, especially with her ultimate being changed. And now she leans more on there's the durability on her, but she leans her assassination capabilities are improved. Lesser global presence though on this one. So right now, I'm very interested here. Maybe the most interesting part of this grab so far in the rotations would be the Jace, early Jace reveal. On this one, I really doubt if this can be flex, given the meta right now in the top lane. Because
well, seeing how Legacy Esports, they are banning out the cannon, this is highly top lane Jace, where
top
cannon
lane,
would be really a good counter against it. So Detonation Focus Me, they know what's up. They are still scouting out the jungle.
Oh, I see. Because Galio is not available anyway for this game. but Gragas would still be available. I'm really considering Cannon is also banned here, so they're still setting up. They're still not removing the option of flexing Jace, so that this pick is not punishing, or this early blind pick is not that punishing. Of course, reviewing the bans here, we got Focus on the Jungle right now. Ivern, there are nerfs on him, which we doubt will actually remove him on the meta. He's still a very strong jungler. Nunu might be a scouted ban here, or a scouted champion, but there are series of buffs on Nunu. And right now, but it's not, this is 7.12 not 7.13. So far, Nunu is actually climbing the ranks in champion ladder in the 7.13 patch. So there might be some promise there. We got a Ziggs here. Early reveal as well on the Thresh and the Ashe combo. Right now, if we consider these two compositions, Cyan Rakan is a very nice bottom duo. But you'd have to respect that, considering the picks here of Domination Focus Me, this is very threatening, especially the initiate that they can pull off with the Ashe and the Thresh.
So right now, they are hovering on that Rumble, switching between that Blitz and a Bard. I think we will be seeing something very new from Legacy Esports.
Seriously. Okay, that's just a hover. Good thing. God, that's supposed to be a hover.
Well, I like how Detonation Focus Me, they really cancel out the junglers that are really highly likely going to be receiving more buffs, because Nunu in the jungle, if you get the Bond of Stone, gets more maximum health, get that Locket of Iron Solari, more shield for teammates, and not to mention, level 6, he will have almost 2 smites where the consume deals 1,000 true damage. So at that point in time, he will have superior objective control.
Yes, quite a very interesting draft here. So it's not that punishing. I mean, the blind pick flex here of Jace by Legacy Esports did not punish them much. More so on Detonation Focus part as well, because we do know that Rumble hurts a lot right now in the top lane in terms of damage. But if there's one guy who can actually withstand this kind of damage, maybe around level 4 onwards mark, that should be the Shen. And considering everything though, I'm really curious about the Jace and Ziggs matchup. This can be considered as a skill matchup, but if Jace is really good, could actually put the Ziggs behind. So bad for this game. So let's see, ladies and gents, all the drafts and all the picks has been secured. I'm also interested, which is more powerful. Had it been that there's a Lucian, there's a Lucian in this game, I'm really curious about a Lucian Thresh matchup versus a Saya Rakan, which will win. But right now we get an Ashe and the Thresh. Saya Rakan is very powerful, but they need few levels for that, like around level 3 to level 5. And of course, you get the level 6 assurance. But given Saya's kit, a nerf on her, if I'm not mistaken, is on 7.13, so it's not even that punishing. But here we go, let's load into the game. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, once again we welcome you in the Summoner's Rift. This is our second game of the first day here in the Rift Rivals. This time facing up would be OPL's Legacy Gaming, and of course you got LJL's Detonation Focus Me.
The battle of the second seed is on for game 2. Let's see if any of these teams have to show what they've got. This is an opportunity for all these teams to get absorbed, really scout out, and to really feel how does it feel in the competition in the international scene.
Bragging rights. The price of bragging rights. It's on, ladies and gents. Of course, considering the first items here, you could see the counter how much Doran Shield has dominated the early game really. Right now, even Jace would be picking up the Doran Shield against Seros here.
I like how
Corrupting Potion.
Yeah, I like how LGC they are already scouting at the jungle of DNM, so they want to get control on where that Rek'Sai is going to path, because if Steel gets a really good pathing, he can go straight to the top lane where Tally will have a really hard time with the Rumble.
Yes, and we would want this Rumble to actually have a nice time, because it is said that he would have a slight lead against the Shen if ever he doesn't get ganked early on. So let's see right now.
Interesting start for Carbon. To the Raptors, then to the Reds. Steel though going also for the same path will really open up for the top lane. So I like how these both teams, they are rushing those Raptors, going to be pressuring either the top or mid, but the bot lane seems to be having a more difficult time.
If you rush the Raptors, no, okay, you only get until level 2, so still not yet level 3. No upcoming ganks in the top lane. You can see there's an early shove there by Tali against Paz, but of course if you observe the health bars here, it's not yet fun. I mean, Paz is not yet that punished.
Oh, a lot of damage coming in from that Thresh. Vivid is soaking up so much damage in a way that Lost is having an easy time stacking up those feathers. And right now we're seeing Carbon is spotted in the Croc side, and Steel is making its way slowly to the bot side.
Yeah, something big actually unfolded here in the bot lane.
Oh, but he
Do
did
take note
get
that-
spotted by a ward.
Yeah, do take note that Utapon has his flash and he'll burn. Meanwhile, Ignite is removed on Cupcake along with Lost Flash. So, seriously, around level, I think the 2-minute mark, something actually happened here in the bot lane. Meanwhile, the junglers,
Oh boy. Steel and Carbon seeing each other off. I like how in the bot side itself, less than 2 minutes mark already.
yeah, no,
Utapon has no summoners.
only 4 out of 8 summoner spells are available. Half of the summoner spells burned here in the bot lane. And had it been that Carbon moved and did not recall on that Tribe Rush, well, it would be bad for Steel. It's actually a very deep. So it actually still was too deep on that Tribe Rush, and you know, Carbon could actually make a jump on Steel for that one, but he might be scouted, of course, by the Tremors.
Oh,
And yes, Steel can see that one.
LGC spots this. They are trying to scout out Steel's pathing, and I think DFM, they don't want to be the ones to be caught out because Utapon has yet to have his flash and heal ready, so this really opens up more into their bot side.
Indeed. So right now it's still pretty much steady. My guess is around the. Oh, we call that
Oh,
one.
Zero's taking a lot of damage. Claire trying to position himself properly, but we see Steel approaching
Yeah.
himself. Steel is very healthy. He goes into
Flash.
flashing knockoff, and that would be a first blood for Steel.
Questionable angle of flash from that one. You know, Claire can actually flash towards the red buff, and it would be lucky, at least gamble on the idea that there would be a blasting cone here for him to escape on the referral.
Yeah, flashing towards Steel was almost suicide.
Yeah, he actually flashed downwards, but still in range of Steel's cliff. So right now it's still 0-1 here in our game. That's the first blood once again against the mid laner, and that's not good. You know, Claire would want to snowball. You could see that Zero's supposed to have a hard time against Claire, but that won't be the case anymore.
And this is going to be a huge opportunity for Steel because he has the first blood. He will be rushing that Tiamat already 5 minutes into the game. He is going to be faster, more aggressive. Clear time will be faster. Carbon will have to catch up in CS and also gank for opportunities.
All he needs is to actually reach level 6, and he's gonna be a very, very big threat.
Yeah, that's the problem with the Rengar. You have to reach level 6, whereas on Rek'Sai, level 4 with the Tiamat is more than enough for you to pressure the bot or the mid. But right now, we saw how First Blood was secured by Steel in the mid lane, and that really further shuts down Claire.
But not to mention, when Rek'Sai, especially with the rework, reaches level 6, plus this Tiamat, that is totally dangerous. Do take note that the most recent update as well on Rek'Sai is not just the change on his ultimate, it's also the change on his ratios. You know, there's actually buffs on his AD ratio, so this Tiamat should be more rewarding.
I
You can see
mean,
there.
this is going to be very big for DFM because they have the upper hand, but CS-wise, Carbon is going for this power farming route until level 6. And Steel making his approach to the mid lane, gets spotted out. Claire knocks him back, and he's still taking a lot of damage from Carbon.
Yes, of course, trying to sidestep Sarah as well at the same time warding off Steel. That's a lot of work to do. I'm just really curious that Steel did not actually go all in with the dive. Might be accounting if ever there is the jungler hanging around. He can actually know that Carbon is around level 5 still.
Okay, so Utapon now has both summoners up. DFM feels more confident right now, and no wards are placed there. You can see that Cupcake went for the knockoff. Vivid is in danger. Stand United will channel through. Pass is coming in. Teleport from Tally, but Steel is there for the assist. Vivid takes down Lost. Here comes the equalizer. Vivid gets torched by Tally. Tally takes him down, and the super mega bomb lands, and Ceres gets the kill onto Cupcake. There is Carbon for the flash in. Stacking up his Bluetooth necklace. Pass is there, flashing in, and there is Steel for the execution.
And that's the power. Steel just got level 6 during that fight, so that actually stops Carbon from escaping What a very nice ultimate coming in from Ceros as well. So in the end, that was a win for Detonation Focus Me.
Great damage coordination from DFM. They had the opportunity, they did initiate, but here's the replay.
Yeah, checking the replay here, it was mainly initiated here by Vivid. And what's so cool about this is the Stand United Paz being allowed to arrive in this bottom lane earlier. And that's the ult. Actually, that's almost like an overkill ult. It would be better if it was landed a little bit upper, to at least like aid in killing the Rumble and of course aiding the Ashe. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, overall, still a win here by Detonation Focus Me. And right now, they're building a lot in terms of offensive. You know, another Chamat, secondary Chamat for this one. Two guys aiming for, you know, two Titanic Hydra.
I know this build because I love how DFM is going for this aggressive build path. They are in sync. They want to build that Tiamat so that LGC, they can't make those teleport plays, and this opens up DFM because they have the Stand United from the Shen. They have Steel on that direct side, whereas Carbon, he only has this 2-minute window, like he has to fill off the Haunt, and that's it. His pressure is removed. It will be very difficult for him to gank.
And by design, by champion, they have innate durabilities. If you actually observe the champions here, you get a Shen, you got the Rek'Sai. Yes, Rek'Sai has been nerfed tank-wise, but still, all you need to do is to put on the Shen is damage, and of course damage as well on Rek'Sai.
Tally's in big trouble, Steel going in, Burrow, Tally flashes away, here comes Carbon for the assist, Steel and Pass sees this, the equalizers under the turret, Steel and Pass will survive.
Yeah, I think that is a premature equalizer, could be held on for another fight, but do take note, actually around the vicinity there is Claire. Do they have any idea?
There's
Claire
spotted, Carbon there,
They can push.
Pass will get away with the Shadow Dash.
Yeah, they can just push. Jace can actually has empowered shots to actually destroy this top lane. Outer turret. There is the ultimate at least to clear the waves.
For the wave clear.
Yeah, and of course, the tower is not actually brought into 40% health, so yeah, that should be enough to actually defend. All they need is to get back in the lane.
Because here's the thing, they have the first blood. They will also want the first blood turret. That is 650 gold. No matter how well you do in the early phase of the game, whoever gets the first blood turret will just completely throw out all your efforts outside the window because that will be 650 gold.
Very true. 2-5 into our scoreboard as we
look at that chunk
are
of gold.
20 seconds away in reaching the 10-minute mark of our game.
So this will be Tally and Carbon sharing down bounty.
Yeah.
This will help Carbon build more offensive, going for the Dwarves enchantment.
Yes.
And Tally will be finishing up that Lianish Torment pretty much soon. He does have the hunting guys. So this is more of a battle for gold and advantage.
And damage as well. You know, it's like an arms race for both of these two teams. Right now, all those things mentioned is the perfect recipe in making a play now for the next objective, the Ocean Rig. They might have actually a focus as well in the mid lane, especially with the threat that can come in from Ceros. But do take note that Ceros would have to recall, especially with this life bar.
I mean, when you're sitting in a lane at that health against the Jace, you guys might as well recall because I think the Shock Blast will catch you by surprise. You have to heal, okay, but might as well just recall.
Might as well just recall.
Yeah, save that summoner.
Especially against a team with a Rengar.
Yeah. He will get a jump on you, and right now, LGC looking pretty good. They do have the first turret of the game, but in terms of gold lead, DFM has it really small, but this is because LGC, they got the first turret. They tipped that balance, and now LGC is catching up pretty much slowly, but surely. But right now, Steel looking for some blood. The Drake is live. That's the Ocean Drake.
Alright, so let's see what would be the rotations here. It is clear that the Japanese team has their eyes set on this one. Those are
David
4 control wards.
Steel is there. This will not connect. Claire flashes away for safety. Better be sure. Better be sure.
But it was actually like a clear miss, but
Carbon
still.
is going on. Oh, he goes on to Saros. Saros takes the Stand United. The box is in place, but Claire goes over the wall. Saros for the bomb. No clear yet. Vivid is very low. Tally will be chasing it off, and the Flame Spitter will it finish him off. It'll be the Harpoon finishing off Vivid. And members of DFM, they are pretty much okay, except Saros. He might have to go back. Claire does have the blue buff, so he can continuously spam that Shock Blast.
Now I'm really curious about the itemizations of LGC. It seems that they just drag off the damage coming in from Zeros. I'm also curious about the itemizations of Zeros. Why is there not much burst coming in from that Mega Inferno Bomb? But we'll see for later, as right now, that is actually a teamfight wonder by LGC. Right now, they have their focus here on the Rift Herald. And take that one, and that is big. That is such a nice pick up, especially against a team that has the Ziggs. Okay, it was a Roa. And of course, it's just starting to stack up. That's the problem.
He went for the more defensive route against the Jace, but he has to take account that this is a game where League is more sped up. This is patch 7.12. He should have gotten the Luden's Echo or the Morello.
Morello, yeah. Curious about the... Maybe because he's preparing for Carbon, but if you're like trying to itemize defensively on Carbon, then you could go for a second item, Zonias. But Morello should be a nice pickup. You really want that nice chunk of ability power.
He does have more gold than Claire. It's the fact that he went more defensive really sets him back. Right now, Claire has the serrated Dirk and the boost of speed. Now he has more damage. But Zeros is more defensive, but he cannot burst any member of LGC yet.
Yeah, that would assure him to not be behind. But right now, he wasted. That is clearly a wasted lead. Let's see here. It's about time. All you need to do is to put this tower in range. Oh yeah, that is a big shame. But nonetheless, he's still gonna get the tower.
He secures the turret. That would be the second turret for DFM. And now LGC, this opens up for more roams for the mid lane of DFM. Whereas LGC, they have the Rift Herald. It's on to Carbon, so it's more free. He can choose, should I go to the mid or to the bot? The top lane is pretty much pushed out. And I think Paz will not leave the top lane. He is a Shen. He does have to teleport. And the Stan United still on cooldown.
And what's so cool about this one is this Rift Herald, one condition to fully utilize the Rift Herald is to win a fight. Like, if ever you win a fight and you got that Rift Herald in your pocket, it makes it all the more rewarding. Especially on an initiator like Carbon. So, it's very likely that Carbon would be on the next fight. So, all they need to worry is to win the next team fight. Right now, Yunmo's Ghostblade completed on Claire. They can capitalize actually on the fact that Zeros itemized defensively in the mid lane.
This is what happens when you go offensive first. Claire has the Yomu's Ghostblade, whereas Zeros again picks up the Sorcerer's Boots and the Amplifying Tome, but the Rod of the Ages really has to wait it up. But LGC, they have the Rift Herald. This will speed up the game even more. So Paz has to keep pushing that top lane, but Tally will not stop at all.
That's the problem. He got his Leandris available as well. He's on his way in building that Zonia's Argus. So what would happen here is, if ever still won't aim for the dive on him, he has a counter, and actually he has the shield. He still has the scrap shield. He even has the equalizer to zone him out. So right now, despite having a very, very small gold deficit, seems LGC has a clear, considering all the conditions, would have the lead so far in this game. Let's see. They're converging.
Carbon already used his Thrill of the Hunt, so he will not be assassinating any member. Wanted to go for Zeros, but that will not happen. So that is one ultimate down for LGC. Whereas Paz still has that Stan United and teleport. More added pressure to the top lane, but right now you can see the members of LGC spawn the Rift Herald.
Rather, they're gonna initiate first with the Rift Herald.
Here comes Flash in. Cupcake goes for the charm, but Zeros goes away with a subtle charge, leaving behind Steel. Claire picks it up, and the Rift Herald is doing his thing. Tally provides some cover. Claire trying to mow down the turret, lost, aiming for the turret. The mid lane inhibitor, inner turret, after turret actually, might be taken up, but the Rift Herald does get taken up before that. So LGC still has to push this lane.
But they have to give this tower.
Oh, they have to give it away. This is very low, and I don't think DFM will risk anymore.
And that would open the Ocean Drake. Let's see if they will rotate. They will actually recall. I do hope
they will be actually going for a reset, because I wonder why.
I wonder why. Yeah, they can actually go for the. They could actually go for the Ocean Drake. They have lots of damage in the AD damage in the hands of Claire here, and also in Carbon. And do take note that Steel just respawned.
And also Steel was on the fountain. So this was actually a free Ocean Drake for LGC, but DFM, I think this is going to be a chance for them to come back from what happened in the mid lane.
Yeah, if ever, because that means it's just one tower. It's just actually LGC being able to even out the tower in the mid lane. Not really a visible lead.
Oh, and I really love how Paz is itemizing his path. Look at that, already an adaptive helmet. Combine that with a Tiamat that is more pushing power, he can further duel against Tally. So, on her Tally side, he already has the Armseeker's Guard. Finished off that Leander's Torment, he will be going for the Zonians. So when a clash does happen, LGC again has more damage because Sarah's still stuck through with the Rod of the Ages.
The interesting part there as well is that it was nice for Tally to actually camp the mid lane.
Oh, here it comes. Carbon looking for some blood. Goes on to Vivid. Vivid flashes away. That would be one summoner down for DFM support Vivid. So I think Carbon is pretty much happy with the results.
I'm curious about the flash. Yeah, I mean, that's actually going up. Take note, that's actually from the river entering the blue side jungle of Team DFM. That would be a blind spot for the most part, especially when if Carbon goes for the dive. You can just, after the jump play, just instinctively, when you hear the sound of Rengar, you should prepare yourself that you should just press play. But let's see this one.
Teleport coming in, the Crystal Arrow will start the fight for DFM's favor. Saros gets the kill, that making a double steal, goes in for the knockup. It will be Saros getting the second triple. Claire is very low, he will deal with Steel, but Steel will finish him off. That will be the first ace of the game. LGC crumbled at the Ocean Drain.
All of that credited to Paz. Such a nice response coming in, especially with that teleport, soaking up a lot, for the most part, lots of damage from LGC. On top of that, Utapon managed to survive as well. He was actually being punished.
Really did a good job with the Crystal Arrow. That really set up the clash for DFM. LGC, they were choked. They were very separated, so they could not respond very quickly because Carbon was the main damage dealer, and he was dealing with Steel, a very tanky Rek'Sai right now.
Mission Focus Me also managed to secure the Ocean Drake, ladies and gentlemen. So that is overall lead for them.
A huge lead.
Indeed, that's already 3K, the gold mark. And let's see what happened there. There is the teleport. It was actually the Shen arriving first on the scene. By the time that Rumble arrived, imagine that fight if the equalizer, if the red carpet has been laid down. Actually, I really thought a lot of members focused Utapon. It was actually just the damage from the equalizer. A team fight decided just by the difference on the teleport.
So the seconds matter for both top laners. It's the fact that Paz has more pressure. If his teleport channel takes longer, he can use the Stand United, which is quicker.
Yes. And the thing here is that Tally should be arriving on the scene earlier. That's how the equalizer works. It is used as an initiate tool, not for last hitting and for clearing someone, Right now, again, we are set with a 2K gold lead here in favor of Detonation. Focus Me, Kindle Gems being built for the side of Legacy Esports. The team from OPL would have to cover the gap of a 6-kill lead on top of a 2K gold deficit, and they would need to get a shutdown as well, coming in from Seros now with the Leandris. The delayed damage here of Seros now paying, rather he's gonna be recovered by the Leandris. He's actually on 10 stacks on his read.
So that's actually going to be more of a very good investment in the early part of the game where Saros got the Roa, immediately get the Leanders is a good call. Yeah. And the fact that he is 404, as you said, that would be a Dark Seal with 10 stacks.
So now that Dark Seal 10 stacks should be assured, especially that he has enough help to actually withstand the jump coming in from Carbon and even the equalizer of Tally.
A very good investment for Saros right now with a kill score lead for DFM, 4-10 at 21-minute mark.
Actually, I would say a paying off investment. It was bad early on because he has the lead. He's still supposed to build the Morello. That's still my thought on this one. But nonetheless, right now, of course, when we speak of Roa, we speak of the late game, or rather, for this case, because it's the first item, the mid game being controlled by Detonation Focus Me.
And I love how Paz is very responsive. He already has the adaptive helmet. Really denies Tally of the dual potential, especially for Cupcake and Claire. So this is going to be Paz's shining moment.
Indeed.
With a very perfect game so far. 206, 8 out of 10 kill participation. DFM is looking strong, aiming to push the inner top lane turret.
Now, let's see what will be the answer here by
Oh.
Legacy Esports. Do take note that Zonya's Arglass is available on Tally.
I see Cupcake, he knocks up Steel, but no follow-up yet. This will be DFM backing off, establishing more pressure in the top side where we see Paz and Claire dueling out in the bot side.
Yeah, DFM should not make any risk of taking a fight inside the jungle. Do take note, they just won that fight because of Tally's mistake.
Yes.
You cannot expect the same mistake, from an enemy.
So if Tally makes that same mistake, DFM will gladly take it away from LGC. If Tally is late to the party, I think he's better off going home.
Yeah, so let's see. I think it should be a reset for the map. Do take note that available conditions here, or that available objectives here, should be the Baron. There are 2 available outer turrets as well in the bot lane. Interestingly, no bot lane turret has been destroyed. Lots of focus actually for the mid lane and even the top lane.
Well, Claire is doing his job to deny that bot lane turret from DFM.
Yeah, you know why? You know why? Maybe it's because of the changes in Rumble, and not to mention the Rift Herald. Yeah.
Especially the Rift Herald,
Yeah.
because LGC, they did a really good job taking away that key objective away from DFM. They had that advantage, but LGC did a good job in denying some more objectives. But right now, I can see that the Drake will be live pretty much soon. 1 minute and 17 seconds, and the Baron is already live. You can see that Vivid is there to establish more vision. Joined by Steel, getting the Shrine, this gives them more control at the Baron pit.
Yes, one of the most, like what I consider as one of the best additions in League of Legends would be this updated Rift Herald. During the time there was no Rift Herald, for the most part, the first blood turret was always in the bot lane. Now, especially as this game, as an example, we got, you got the top lane, you got the mid lane. Right now, as we mentioned, again, a clear objective here is the Baron. Detonation focus me should be careful really in entering this blue side jungle.
And they baited out Carbon Thrill on the hunt, so he will not have the element of surprise. The Baron is live, the Drake in 30 seconds. The pressure is on for LGC. They cannot afford to make any more mistakes, because if they do, this might cost them the Baron and the Drake.
Yeah, I want to consider what Drake will be coming out. Will it be a mountain or will it be an infernal? It's kind of confusing actually, seeing that too. But nonetheless, do take note the strategy here of Detonation Focus Me should be advanced wards to secure, at least scout out what is their plan, what play can they make in the Baron. Do take note as well that it is an Ocean Drake. Okay, so it's not prompting. We got an Ocean Drake, secondary Ocean Drake would be big for Detonation Focus Me, because if you compare the 2 compositions, yes, they have the Jace, yes, they have the Poke, but compared to Ziggs is classified as has more elements of CG compared to Jace.
Does have the nuke, that Mega Bomb, to at least deny LGC to group up, because LGC's composition, they are forced to group up, especially Cupcake. He has to respond to his teammates, but it will be an uncontested Ocean Drake for DFM.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, DFM's aggressive itemization minus zeros in the early game is really paying off.
But he is getting that NLR.
Yeah. Yes, so he got an NLR right now. Very likely to become Ludens Echo.
Carbon does
Stand
not
up.
see it. There's stand-up. Cupcake goes in for the charm. He charms 2 members of DFM.
Boom.
Claire finishes up Vivid. The Mega Bomb will not finish anyone off. Utah Bond is getting torched by Tally. Tally goes in, but the glass cone will save him off. Carbon gets denied of his kill, and Steel is there to finish him off. Ceros is unstoppable. He throws the bomb, gets the double. Claire will finish him off with a shutdown bounty. And Paz is there for the cleanup, attempted cleanup, and leaving Steel for the run. And Paz is trying to get away with a Shadow Dash lost. Is very healthy. That would be a 2-for-3 trade in favor of LGC.
It's kind of a messy fight. But I'd give that to LGC. I'd totally give that to LGC. What's very, very interesting here, ladies and gentlemen, that fight, if you look into this replay, actually for the later part, it was the blast cone that determined what messed up that engage by LGC. What also determined that fight was the face check by the Thresh, and you can see here, after picking up the Thresh, they just went on for the rampage, knowing that they get a momentum. All they need is to tag Utapone. Nice job there by Ceros to actually put in that satchel charge and delay, putting a crowd control to Carbon, at least not kill Utapone. But of course, for this, we would like to commend as well the Equalizer. of the Rumble.
And it was actually DFM really extending a team fight where they would get no value anymore because their carries were completely wiped out.
Yeah, yeah. What would be nice is actually if they manage to execute that a little bit more clean, they should be able to take the Baron. That would be a nice objective. That should actually seal the deal on saying that team fight would be a lead for Legacy Esports. Because do take note that right now, the current situation of the map, there are 4 turrets destroyed here by Detonation Focus Me. 2 Drakes as well. Ocean Drakes for a Zig is available for Detonation Focus Me.
Very trigger happy Seros, and now the Baron will get a control for LGC against the Shrine.
Yeah.
So they do have more control for now in more than 3 minutes in, but it would be DFM still trying their best. Scanning things out, we can see that Cupcake wants to make some more proactive visions, trying to establish more deep wards, but a bit too scared. DFM, they know what's up, they are waiting.
I'm still really questioning Seros' itemization. I mean, he has offensive damage here, right? 1 key element for Ziggs. But there's another one lacking. Cooldown reduction. He needs that cooldown reduction, especially if Carbon managed to complete that Iron Solari. Do take note that Iron Solari is really good right now. It scales. It scales on your max health. No, it's not anymore flat health shield. Okay?
Very interesting itemization from
Carbon, yeah, that's defensive. Yeah, it should be on the support.
As a Rengar, he did pick up the Knight's Vow.
Knight's Vow as well.
Solari. Ooh. Carbon going for a more
defensive. Yeah, they want to withstand the damage from Seros. So maybe Seros would want to go all in. But these are extended fights, and in extended fights, what would be more rewarding than damage is cooldown and mana.
Oh, Carbon is there just to scout things out, and really Carbon is getting that selfless build, the Knight's Vow and the Solari. Kudos to him, but I gotta hand it to Cupcake. He does have the Ardent Sensor.
These are the few things that you can learn from the different regions, you know. In OPL, we put a Solari and we put a Knight's Vow on a Rengar.
Oh, look at that huge chunk of damage onto the members of LGC. Carbon gets outcasted. Steel is there. Pazin goes in for the taunt. Misses. Carbon is left behind. The Equalizer is there to slow them off. Carbon! Can he escape? No! Pass takes the kill. We see that Cupcake goes in with a charm. Going up to Tally. Going up to Lost. 3 members. Gets caught off by Tally. Seros is getting torched. There is the Zonias and the Sniper Claire. The Shock Blast will finish up Seros.
LGC is hesitating, kind of hesitating in going in. That's supposed to be a lead already for them. And I feel like Carbon's tanky build is paying off. It's just that LGC was not there to respond. They feel like, oh my god, it's a Rengar getting caught off by 3 members. He's supposed to die, but he's not. He's not. Had it been that LGC responded there earlier, I believe Carbon would be able to survive. Especially if you get a Rakan. All he needs is to actually make a jump in and get the knockup.
Ooh, from that
in the flank.
Kaz goes in for the teleport flag onto Cupcake. He gets taunted, but I think Paz will back off from that. He already finished up the Knight's Vow from his response and the Elixir of Iron. Right now, we can see that DFM going for that Shrine, setting up for that Baron.
So it's going all in for DFM. No prolonged fights. It's another Blasting Cone. No Fiendish Codex as well on this Seros. So he just wants it. This is very likely a Void Staff. If not, yeah, but most likely a Void Staff. Not Rabadons.
The element of surprise removed from DFM because of Carbon. Carbon's role right now is not to be this hunter.
Yeah,
but
disruptor.
Disruptor to scout things out and shield his allies when he goes in. So I love how Carbon is building this Rengar. Very refreshing to see.
Very interesting as well. I mean, it's okay to itemize like that as long as he is aggressive, you know? As long as he is aggressive. That actually pays off, especially if you want to disable Seros, because every time you're chasing Seros down, especially on a Ziggs that has lots of damage but has, you know, very poor cooldown, then that should be rewarding for your team. So all you need is to make a jump on Seros. At least if not able to kill Seros because as Carbon lacks damage, then at least not allow Seros to put his Qs, put his ultimate onto the members of Legacy Esports.
As far for itemization for offensive, LGC's top lane, Tally. Look at that, a Void Staff.
Oh my god, that's a lot.
Zonias. That's going to be 2 defensive items with 1 pure offensive with magic penetration. But right now, LGC aiming to take the Baron.
Oh my god!
Wow, so much damage coming from Zeros, and the arrow will try to set up the kill for DFM, but LGC Carbon is very low. Utapon is there for the cleanup, untouched, a triple kill for Utapon, and now the Baron is up for grabs, and LGC got aced again.
I mean, yes. There are conditions that Tali can disrupt Zeros, but for that fight, receiving the whole damage of the Mega Inferno Bomb by 5 members, that is just too ridiculous. I'm really curious. I want to see the replay if even the Iron Solar was even pressed there by Carbon. That is just crazy.
I think from that gameplay, I gotta say LGC really got surprised from that, and now Zeros takes down the inhibitor turret. The inhibitor is exposed. DFM's gold value increased from 60,000.
It feels like what Zeros has done there is clearly an echo of their name as a team. You know, detonation focus me. Ziggs for detonation, and it's like asking to focus him. You know, because if you do not focus me, I'm gonna destroy your team.
Destroy and clean up the clash.
I'm gonna F up your team.
Yeah, LGC really trying to catch up, but I love how DFM secured the 3rd Ocean Drake for them. They have complete control of Epic Monsters.
Oh my god, this is just working so well for Zeros. Triple Ocean Drake. That is crazy. That's like only mana for these Ziggs. Now all he needs is a cooldown. Please pick up a cooldown item, Zeros. At least a Zhonya's Hourglass, you know?
But the next Drake will be the Elder Drake, so I think LGC, they are pretty much scared right now, forced into a corner. DFM is doing a really good job in pressuring LGC, but leave it to Tali. That Rumble is the saving grace for LGC. If one key equalizer lands properly, this will set up for Lost.
Yes.
And Claire and Carbon.
These are two very different ults, but with the same mechanic. Perfect ults. That's the definition, and that's what would decide this game. Earlier, there was a 5-man Mega Inferno Bomb. Not every day you can see that. That's just too ridiculous. You can see that in practice too. Okay? But here, what will be the answer by LGC is, of course, a 5-man or rather multiple target equalizer, but not like this. Not an inhibitor getting destroyed.
An inhibitor gets destroyed by DFM. LGC crumbling under pressure. DFM is taking that Baron play. Very effective. Right now, Pass is there in the bot side.
Alright. So
there is a vision.
This is just too much. 7k gold lead here by DFM. The problem here is actually the control of the map. They're actually losing vision here. They're actually losing their respective jungles here. And right now, they also lost their inner top lane tower. Okay, so considering the itemizations as well, one last item for item block here on Zeros. No additional damage item for Carbon. Still just the Warrior's Enchantment on his jungle
now
item.
He might go for the Gargoyle Stoneblade.
Yeah.
He has the Negatron Cloak and the Chain Vest. So more defensive items from an offensive champion like a Rengar.
Yes.
LGC lacks damage to clean up.
Is that his answer to the first item Roa Ziggs? I'm really curious. I mean, it's not supposed to be the case because if you consider the two, if like a Rengar builds tank and a Zigg builds tank, what should be more rewarding would be on the Ziggs because he can just continue spamming. You know, base damage are still high on these bouncing bombs, and especially the satchel charge that can destroy towers.
Cupcake goes in with a really nice 4-man knockout with a 4-man charm. Still goes in, but not enough damage. Sarah's with a Mega Inferno Bomb. Unibot is there. The LGC does not have enough damage, but the equalizer sets up beautiful by Tali. Will scare away the members of DFM.
That is a very late equalizer. They should coordinate. They're engaged. Had it been during that fight, that that part where detonation focus me was forced to group up. Imagine if there was a strip of equalizer for that fight.
Oh,
Tali has to
goes
go
in
all
for the flash in, Harpoon, slow, and Unibot's getting torched. Stun and lockdown. Carbon gets taken out by Pass, and now Tali still sticking to Utapon. Utapon is too much damage. Vivid locks him down. That'll be an ace. Lost, could not move because of Vivid's hook.
3 seconds, that's the support. That is Zerakan. Can he disrupt Utapon? Do take note that there's still Pass and there is Zeros with a satchel charge available. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is it. This is the team from Japan, Long Japan League, and Detonation Focus Me takes game 2 here in the Rift Rivals.
Let's see if LGC has what it takes in the previous games, but I think from this matchup, it just goes to show how LJL really shows up as one of the second seed in their respective region.
And there are two very heavy elements for that game. That is the Rumble and of course that is the Ziggs. Rumble actually itemized fluidly. There are weird itemizations for the Ziggs. Slight more so on the Rengar. More so on the Rengar. But aside from the punishing Rengar itemization, I mean, it was interesting, but it's clearly an itemization that did not pay out. It was the equalizer.
Okay, guys,
Yeah.
there you have it. Detonation, Focus Me secures that game 2 of the Rift Rivals. So,
Yes.
I wonder how Legacy Esports felt about that, but this is more about rivalry.
Yes.
That is about competition, but hands down to LJL's second seed. Detonation Focus Me for that astounding performance in macro play.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, as I was mentioning, the equalizer could be done. Could
Yeah.
be better. Imagine that last fight in the top lane. If there was an available equalizer. I mean, if you compare, it's actually very easy to see in the game. There was a 5-man Mega Inferno Bomb. And the best equalizer, I think, was the one where Ash actually sat on it near the Drake, but they still managed to win that one. Detonation Focus Me. Item-wise, I'm still really curious about the Rengar. I'm not so sure if it will pay off. Right now, it is clearly not. But if there's one thing that is more punishing than the Rengar's itemization, again, we go back to the Rumble's equalizer. So I'd have to give it as a very nice performance as well from Detonation Focus Me, especially on the Shen. I'd give it to the Shen. You know, and of course for the Rek'Sai as well, consistency coming in from the Ashe. Okay, so ladies and gents, we'll go on a quick break. Once again, we have been your shoutcasters. I am Shidbu with the 149. Of course, this is Vulcan and this is Rift Rivals. Just stay right there, and we'll be back for Game 3.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2017 Rift Rivals. Of course, it's going to be between the Garena Premier League, the League of Legends Japan League, and the Oceania Pro League. But before anything else, of course, let us introduce ourselves. We are going to be your casters, Arctic at your service, fam, and of course, with me is Vulcan.
So hello to everyone here. We hope you are enjoying Rift Rivals so far. I just love that second game between the second seed of OPL and then LJL second seed. It was really entertaining. I loved how the gameplay went far, especially that that Rengar really caught my eye.
Oh yeah.
The more defensive build, but this is all about, in my opinion, more of camaraderie. This is Rift Rivals, an opportunity for all teams around the world to come together, enjoy each other's company if they want to, or try and dish out more pride and more bragging rights in today's Rift Rival.
Indeed. Of course, let's go ahead and I believe we'll be checking out our schedule if I'm not mistaken.
So let's see what's coming up next.
So yes, of course, currently right now we have LJL Unsold Stuff Gaming competing against GPL's Mineski Gaming. Of course, later on it's going to be OPL Direwolves versus LJL Rampage, and we'll be capping off the day with LJL's Detonation Focus Me versus GPL's Ascension Gaming.
This is going to be an interesting Game 3 because in a way that this is the third seeds of both regions fighting it out, especially Unsold Stuff Gaming is from LJL, one of the newer regions entering the League of Legends community, whereas Mineski is from GPL, one of a veteran in the League of Legends scene.
Yeah, but of course, aside from that, with 2 games passed, I'm really interested, of course, in seeing those standings so that we could determine just where we're at right now with the Rift Rivals, because at this point, for those that really want to achieve glory, every single win counts. And I know for a fact that it's not just about the teams here, but even the summoners watching that really want at that glorious golden icon.
The promotion's going on right now for League of Legends. I wonder how it works, Arctic.
So, well, yeah, basically all you have to do is purchase your Rift Rivals icon for only 1 IP. I mean, it's very easy to get 1 IP, just whether you win or lose a game. But of course, all you have to do is purchase that icon and play a game. And if luckily the region wins, you'll be able to not only get that 1 IP icon, but also you'll be rewarded with the golden 2017 Rift Rivals Summoner icon, which personally I want to get as well. So fingers crossed. But of course, at the end of the day, we'll just have to see who emerges on top for the region.
So let's see what region comes out on top in the standings to see what's our recap on what happened. As far as I know, for the first game, it was very explosive with Gigabyte Marines securing the victory, whereas the second game, LJL actually secured that game. And now the third game, it's going to be between Mineski from GPL and again LJL, Unsold Stuff Gaming.
So there we go. And into the drafting phase will actually be going. I'm really interested in getting into this action right now. So Unsold. There we go.
So on to the drafting phase of Unsold Stuff Gaming versus Mineski.
And yes, Unsold Stuff. So again, of course, just a little quick recap. This is, of course, the team third seeds for both LJL and the GPL respectively. So the squads here from Japan and the Philippines will be playing out this game. But yeah, let's go ahead and do a quick recap of the bans as we head into the picks. Elise, Thresh, and Galio. So much more diversity for Unsold Stuff Gaming. I'd say much more standard bans. TG actually has been playing this Thresh a lot. Even during the GPL, so this is probably something that was scouted out by Unsold Stuff here. Zach, Caitlyn, and Lee Sin as well. So very diverse across the board bans for both sides. Really, not only is it a mix of respect bans, I'd also consider them, the primes of what really works as of this patch. So no surprises right there.
I really love how Mineski is trying to ban out the jungler Neo, one of the threats in Unsold Stuff Gaming coming into this matchup, because the junglers right now are very powerful in this patch 7.12. They are removing that Zac and Lee Sin.
I'm actually surprised here. The Warwick actually going to be locked in by Unsold Stuff Gaming. I'm actually wondering if that is going to be Jungle Warwick, because it's interesting that they're bringing out this pick in the sense that going back to the GPL as well, Mineski's Kaigu played this Warwick in the top lane. So I'm actually interested in seeing how this will fare for Unsold Stuff Gaming, if this will be a Jungle Warwick or if they're gonna kind of go for the same feat Mineski kind of pulled off months back by sending the Warwick top to much success actually.
So right now the first picking phase is complete, with Unsold Stuff Gaming locking in that Varus, Warwick, and Syndra Whereas for Mineski, they are going for the high priority picks, the Ashe, the Zyra, and the Gragas.
It's very refreshing to see that Untold Stuff Gaming not afraid at all to take this Syndra right away, really capitalizing on the confidence that they have for their mid laner Remind on how he'll perform regardless of what Mineski decides to counterpick going into the second rotation.
So on to the second rotation of the pick. Unsold Stuff Gaming so far has yet to lock in a top laner or a support.
I like how USG, you know, there's a certain level of respect as to knowing what Mineski might potentially pull off to counter Syndra. The Fizz and the Kassadin, you know, both champions that we believe Exocent could potentially play against a Syndra, but regardless, you know, really banning that out to make sure that Remind could perform above and beyond on the Syndra without having to worry about potential counter picks. But looks like Mineski will be going for this Talia in retaliation.
So a pick onto the Talia, whereas USG will be taking away that Shen and Blitzcrank. One of a really comfort picks from Unsold Stuff Gaming, but let's see how Mineski will finalize their picks.
It's interesting because this Blitzcrank pick, for some reason, I've actually been seeing not just here for Rift Rivals, but even across the board for other regions as well. So, also, aside from that fact, if you're going to consider the overall synergy as to how a Blitzcrank might actually benefit Unsold Stuff Gaming, there's actually a lot of ways wherein Hook could actually be a very successful land, considering the tools of all the champions locked in for Unsold Stuff Gaming, like the Shen, the Warwick, the Syndra, the Varus, all have a certain type of hold, not necessarily a hold for Shen and Warwick, more of a taunt in a way, or the fear for Warwick as well.
The fear and damage reduction really helps him tower dive, so USG will be going for a more aggressive jungler compared to Mineski, who will be going for a safer jungler, more defensive, a Jarvan, very slow and clear, not that of a healthy clear. So when it comes to jungle pathing, I think Unsold Stuff Gaming will have the upper hand.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have both sides actually locked in right now. Compositions are out there, of course. Who do you guys think is going to be winning this? Of course, let us know in our chat right now from wherever you're watching. Are you rooting for LJL to get their land their second win for their region, or do you want to see GPL as well potentially land their second? It's all about the second wins here for both third seeds. So yeah,
to get the momentum up and to make the standings count for each region, because like we said, this is about regions against other regions. So let's hope that both of these teams are ready to face off each other onto the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually quite the pressure for both sides, because both teams, you know, both their regions really perform as And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we'll be heading in straight to the action for our third game for Rift Rivals 2017. Of course, this is gonna be between the LJL's third seed versus the GPL's very own third seed. Let's get into this game right away.
And right now, USG, fresh from the base, grouping up towards their blue side, might invade the red side of Mineski.
And I really like how they're playing this out right here, really going to group together. But looks like Mineski as well gonna be, if I'm not mistaken, they're actually grouped up.
Yeah, they're doing the same thing that what USG is doing. So and right now we're seeing Appaman being that chunk of bait for USG, whereas Mineski, they are at the bot side. They go for their red side.
So there we go, still both sides grouped up. I'm actually surprised here, you know, regardless as we have seen both sides actually grouped up going into each other's jungles, but it's actually Mineski that made the proactive move to make sure to get vision on, as opposed to Unsold Stuff Gaming. Even though they kind of went into Mineski's jungle, you know, to try to scout out, see if they can get any pickoffs or, you know, information, basically. I'm actually surprised that they didn't follow up with any vision to really capitalize on getting as much information as they can from the Mineski squad.
So right now, Mineski established some deep wards onto USG's red side. We're seeing some pings coming from USG. Maybe they expect or suspect that Mineski does have some information in their jungle.
Yeah, there you go. So it looks like either way, both sides will actually be starting off with their junglers. So this will transition, both junglers eventually transitioning to ganks towards opposite sides of the maps.
So that'll actually be very interesting to see how this will play out for both the Jarvan the Fourth and the Warwick respectively.
So we're seeing that James started in the blue side, whereas Neo also same mirroring the routine of James, but James will be going straight for the Wolves and then to the red side. So let's see. I think it's going to be Mineski ganking the top lane first, then USG, which is a bit slower in their rotations, and not to mention the route that Neo is going is for the bot side.
I really like this Zyra and Ashton going up against a Varus and Blitzcrank in a way. Sure, we could definitely say that Zyra in a way, if TG's the one that gets hooked, that will definitely be very tricky because he is a squishy nade.
Then right now, here it comes. James already slowly approaching the top lane. No watch place yet. He goes in for the standard combo. Scares away Apeman.
Yeah, there we go. Definitely showing up there in lane, although that is going to be information for unsold stuff rather. So, overall squad here, knowing that Kama is having revealed himself towards the top side, so the bot lane will be able to, you know, they can play it a little bit more aggressive if they want, knowing that they wouldn't have to worry about any potential ganks from Thomas over the next minute or so.
And onto the bot side of Mineski, they are playing a bit more safe in a way that I think they're forced under the turrets, and I think Kaiku is pushing the top lane really far in, trying to go for a gank or a flag, but TG takes a lot of heat from NT. Here comes James from the mid lane. Remind sees that, so I think James is just establishing more pressure, and it's just going to show that telling USG that he is over the map, more pressure. But right now, I see that NT and is there. Oh, he gets the hook onto him, and Neo was there, but James does have the upper hand. He does have the combo to get away.
Man, USG really showing a lot of great, using their vision wars to the advantage, you know, going for the offensive warding into Neski's jungle, spotting out Hamas and potentially getting to initiate onto him, although Hamas didn't even, not a summoner spell burn though, because of the kit that Jarvan the Fourth has, using the domestic standard.
Oh, he flashed in from Remind, and the burst coming from that Syndra will be enough for him to secure the first blood, but Hamas is there to assist, Axel says.
Loving the proactivity from Hamas right there, taking advantage of Remind, you know, really going for the extension to take down Exus, and as a result was going for the 1-1, but still, overall, I feel that if you're going to weigh in on who got the better trade-off there, I'd say it's pretty even though. But regardless, we have to be careful here because this is Remind. Really, there has been such emphasis on taking the Cinder earlier on for USD. So without a doubt, there's definitely going to be that confidence knowing that Remind could perform above and beyond on this mid-lane picture.
And this is a Syndrome we are talking about. Remind got that first blood without the level 6 of a Syndra. This is very dangerous for Mineski's mid laner. So when the level 6 does happen, that's bad news. But right now, Andy gets the hook onto Syndra. He's very low. No ignite yet for Andy to help secure the kill.
And that was very scary, but luckily there wasn't really as heavy a follow-up from Haredi after getting that hook on, but still it did send the message. Great efficiency here coming from NT on these hooks for the Blitzcrank. So this is definitely something that Nessie has to take into account for.
And then now Kaigo goes for the triple Doran's ring laning phase items, whereas Apeman has yet to go back. He will be getting the Tiamat definitely first. So when it comes to level 6 spikes, Remind does have the advantage. When a level 6 does happen for Exosen, he does not have this sudden burst. He gets more roam potential, but I don't think Remind will allow that. He is on a Syndra, and he will definitely try and burst him down when he reaches level 6. Right now he's level 6, so Exo has to be very careful.
I like how Hamas is being a bit more proactive on this map. As a result, you know, Neil himself, for me, when you're running this Warwick, you want to try to get that level 6 so that your ganks would be much more potent. But because Hamas has been quite active, well, then again, at the same time, it's more of USG as well, knowing of Hamas's whereabouts because of his active vision. So, but regardless, Neo as a result was kind of forced to match how Hamas was ganking. But regardless, you know, heading into that level 6, that's where things would really, that's where we'll be seeing, I feel, much more action because of the nature of the ultimates coming from both the Warwick and Jarvan the Fourth. support respectively, which has such an impact when going for these ganks here.
And right now Neo is approaching the bot lane. And he might position himself here. No wards playing Chen, and he goes in very aggressive. Tries to hook TG, but misses. Neo gets spotted at the bot side of Mineski. And when it comes to James on that Jarvan, he already has Tiamat. From that kill, that really helped him scale up in goal. He immediately picks up that Tiamat, will really help in his clear time, especially giving an assist to Axel. Said 150 gold is somehow of a compensation for giving a first blood to remind who is on a Syndra.
Regardless, you know, that gank, that was such a missed opportunity. Had NT landed that hook, that potentially would have resulted to yet another kill for them, especially since if you're going to consider the positioning of both Zencho and TG, Zencho in particular, like, he was pulled into that rush there. So that would have been quite bloody, but that crucial hook right there didn't really result to anything for them. But still, both summoner spells, now that I mentioned, for both Zencho and TG are up, so regardless, either way, that could have been something that USG could have capitalized on.
But for Neo's side, he does have the Tiamat. So when it comes to capitalization, USG does have the upper hand when it comes to goal just by a bit. And the fact that Remind does have this pressure in the mid lane, really denying Exosen's role, is something that USG is looking for. But Mineski, they do have the bot lane duo TG on that Zyra, but NT is such a huge threat in the bot lane because the way he moves really makes TG and Zencho fall back, and that's just showing from the CS. Look at that, 74 to 48. That is huge.
I agree with you, and I'm actually glad that you brought up that point there, because not just for bot lane, but even across the board, the CS leads for every single lane is eventually manifesting to their overall gold. And technically, they're pretty the kills are pretty much equal right now, but it's ultimately all manifesting into the CS, which is why Mineski, in order to kind of counter this, they really want to make sure that their CS is on point from here on out, and also potentially try to get some practice play on to try to make sure that the playing ground doesn't slowly tilt towards USG's favor, because we're definitely seeing a lot of mechanical efficiency when it comes to this farm game right here.
And when it comes to farm game, I think it would be Hareti on that Varus really getting the upper hand, already getting the Cutlass, more sustain for him in the laning, and a dagger will really help him last hit. And the fact that he has key items for the Blade of the Ruined King, that's going to be a huge statement for USG. Mineski trying to push into the bot lane. They want some control, but we see Axel trying to rotate, and we see James. It will be a 4-man collapse. Antique flashes outside, but the stun gets caught by Hareti. Axel gets the kill, and TG cleans it up. 4-man dive succeeds for Mineski.
Oh man, that was amazing. Flawless execution coming in from Mineski right there. Classic 4-man gang nearing the 10-minute mark, and this will ultimately transition into the first turret of the game.
Right now, Mineski, 1-3 kill score, and probably the first turret of the game. They will be securing a lot of gold for their team.
But regardless, you know, even with that first turret take, it wasn't as significant because still, Mineski had all the advantage there. Not only did they get 2 kills, but first turret of the game, but
there comes the collapse from Axel. Said he does make it in with the Weaver's Wall. Axel flushes away from the stun. Remind still lands the stun, but Axel's very low on mana. Kagu is there. Hero. Leo does not have enough mana. Appaman is there from the top lane. Anthony's there for the knockup. TG's very low. Same with James. Flash in from Appaman. Fails because of the knockup from the Thorns.
Man, 1-for-1 there for pretty equal here. But then again, even with these victories that Mineski is securing, the question on my mind here is the goal lead, even though it's 200 the difference, still leans towards USG.
So right now, I think from that clash itself, he will be going for more of an Infernal Drake, more objective-wise. So this is something that USG planned, I think. They were willing to trade off what happened in the mid lane, down straight to the Infernal Drake.
Man, it's very interesting though. Again, what I gotta commend Mineski, the proactivity is absolutely commendable. But then again, at the same time, what the big question here on my mind is, regardless of that proactivity, the victories that they're managing to get as a result of doing so, the goal, like the smaller things, like even like I mentioned, keeping on mentioning the CS for the LGL squad, still very much on the higher spectrum if you're going to compare it to all their counterparts from the Mineski squad here. So again, it's still very much equal. And at the same time, Mineski, I believe, if they really want to pull off a great win against the LJL squad, they want to continue to push these proactive plays to a point wherein these small victories that the LJL squad is getting for managing to keep up to par manifest in the CS leads that they have.
So I think from that clash, it was very choke point for Mineski. So willing to trade that all for an Infernal Drake, I think it's pretty work for USG. But I think right now we're having some technical difficulties. It would be a headset issue.
You know, communication is definitely key when you're in these very crucial games. Like a missed outcome could really spell the difference between a successful and a mediocre clash for both sides. So of course, we'll be getting into the action a little bit later though. But yeah, let's go ahead and tackle on a little bit more of what we'll see.
But right now, I think the issue has been solved, and we will be going up
yes.
to in-game pretty soon. And seeing how the players are all tense, I think they are ready.
Yeah, you could totally see. I'm not sure. It's like a complete mix of the nerves and at the same time the determination to just really want to win this game. Because again, for LJL and GPL squads, they're off to a great start. Both sides, for both Game 1 and Game 2, securing a win for their region. So it's actually this Game 3 here that'll determine who will ultimately spearhead the lead into taking first place out of the 3 regions. And so there we go. We're actually just waiting for all the action to start out here. Just checking out if everything is resolved on their end. So of course we are in that isolated pause here. So this is actually very typical of what usually happens when you're in a professional scenario here. Like both sides, once you're in that pause, it's kind of like you're isolated from collaborating with your other members here until the issue is resolved. Because like, you know, even though those small pauses, you could really kind of discuss strategy. So if you notice, like once we hit the kind of the behind the scenes as to what's going on, but it looks like everything might be ready. So in game, we might.
Let's go straight into the game right now to see what's going to be happening next. As far as we've seen previously, USG was taking the Infernal Drake, and so they have. And right now, sitting at a kill score of 2-4, the goal leagues are not that far behind. Just 200 deficit. Mineski still in the game.
It's all about the trade games here for both sides, and looks like another juicy Infernal Drake for the damage amplification is gonna be our next break for the game. So, but yeah, I mean, like I've been talking about here, Mineski definitely been emerging the better players here as far as these clashes, you know, really making the proactive moves to catch USG off guard. But then again, like I've been mentioning, USG has been managing to keep up to par with the Mineski squad through their creep scores, not only the creep scores, but also through the small objectives, such as the first Infernal Drake take.
So with the first Infernal Drake in the hands of USG, this is good news for Remind. On that Syndra, a slight boost AP means life or death for any members of Mineski, and I think Remind doesn't want any members to be alive right after the initial burst coming from the Unleashed power.
Yeah, and especially this is the center that we're talking about here. And come to think of it, if we're going to look at the overall composition that Mineski has, there's so many targets here that could actually be taken down by a Syndra if ever, you know, Remind was able to execute a full onslaught of that combo.
So here we are going to be seeing a lane swap. James is making his way into the brush sides, into the top lane. Might start for a gank because NT is such a scary blitzcrank just from the way he is moving.
Well, it looks like the Kaigo actually going to start building up on magic. He already has his Mercury Thread, might actually be transitioning actually now. So again, this is one of the things that we were just talking about, and looks like even Exocen himself building up
on the top side. James made the move to go in, but April is there with a Stand United. Content TG will be taken out by Harati. Neo is there for the flag. Members of USG has the upper hand in this clash with a clean score. Clean up for USG. 0-3 for nothing for Mineski.
Oh man, that was, again, this is what we've been talking about here. It's still very much on equal playing field earlier because trades were happening left and right. So ultimately, whoever can get a make a great play and keep up the consistency, that's where things will work. But let's go ahead and check out what happened here. So it's actually Mineski to a great start here. It's just that Hamas at that point was taking so much damage, and plus the fact that he got hooked by NT really much secured his death. And then the response coming in here from USG, because Mineski was fully committed to that fight, but without taking down a single member, you know, it just really went for the reverse at that point, because the time that it took for them allowed USG to get their members right there in time to counter and take down Mineski.
So what a clean clash that was for USG. They knew what was up, and Mineski thought they had the upper hand, but USG's response was just too strong. Apeman is on a Shen, so leave it to communication on this pro teams to use that Shen very effectively.
And this might actually be the time we'll be setting the first steady 3K gold lead in favor of USG. But then again, I'd still say it's very equal because we've been seeing these trade-offs going back and forth. It's just that it's now on Mineski's court to try to get a trade-off on their own wherein they benefit. Because technically, they were the ones that initiated that, but it didn't really go in their favor in the end. So we'll just have to see if they could try to make that proactive play to get back and set things back into equal playing round, because USG is definitely looking much more favorable for them as of this moment. But still, there's just so much room for Mineski to get back into this game and stop.
What happened there is that Hamas actually smited that blue buff because he thought that NT and members of USG are there, so better for him to have it. Then the enemy Axel gets denied of a blue buff, will really struggle against Remind on that Syndra, who is on a Storm Surger's raid. So he does have more mobility, but right now Apeman in the top side trying to fend off Zensho and PG. Zensho is actually catching up in CS compared to Hareti, but when it comes to gold lead, Hareti does have the upper hand.
I love the fact that the USG squad, even though Zensho and TG transition, going for the trade, going to the top lane, regardless, USG didn't change up their attack to match that. They let Aquaman stay because looking at the wave clear and having that Titanic Hydra really benefits him immensely. That even this is 2 waves past already, but we haven't seen that much significant damage onto that turret yet. But it looks like we'll be seeing a fight though.
Going in, actually gets speared, he's locked up in an infinite duress. Remind is there. 4 members, 5 members, whoa, collapsing onto Actus, and USG is really delivering the pressure. Apeman came from the top lane with that teleport.
This is the clear combo that I've been seeing here from USG squad here. As I've been mentioning during the start of the game, this Blitzcrank immensely benefits, grants NT these easy hooks once the other members of USG get the hold. And as we've seen, that hold coming in from Neo on this Warwick, transitioning into a hook, just pretty much secured a kill onto Exos and Aquaman. It's like a good done deal. That being said, you know, these are the type of things that Mineski has to be wary about, because every time the USG squad overwhelms Mineski, it's almost a guaranteed kill because of the perfect layering of CCs to the T coming from the squad.
And from USG's more reactive gameplay, we're rewarding them with a 5k gold lead, and now the Infernal Drake will be live in 5 seconds. If USG takes the second Infernal Drake, this is bad news for Mineski, because Remind on that Syndra will be a huge threat.
And if you think about it, if you're going to look at the Mineski squad's composition here, Gragas, Jarvan the Fourth, Kalia, Ashe, even the Zyra, these are all champions that could potentially make a play if executed correctly. So regardless of the fact that Mineski kind of is lagging behind right now at the 4,000 gold lead deficit, still, given the kit of the champions that they have for their composition, there's just so many ways that they could actually get by. It's just that they need to find that right opportunity to catch the USG off guard.
Oh,
Hamas
actually tried going into Neo, and he's there. Hamas got feared. Does have the flash for the escape. And now with the Infernal Drake live, Hamas has no flash. USG already trying to establish more control in the Infernal Drake. But we see Exo moving in with a reverse wall, cutting up Remind. The Crystal Arrow connects onto Neo, but Neo has to stand united. He gets displaced by Exo. Apeman is there. TG is very low. There's the Cataclysm by Hamas, but no follow-up from Mineski. Remind is going for the wall. Kaigo gets bursted by Remind, but will not get taken down. TG is alive. Kaigo is very low. Members of USG lost no one, while Mineski lost Hamas and now might lose the Infernal Drake.
man, this is tricky for Mineski at this point. A double Infernal trait for USG, plus the fact that they are in control of this game right now because of the lead that they have. So it's quite worrying for the Philippine squad at this point, because if they're not able to recuperate and make any proactive plays that will help them get back onto equal playing field, it will just be USG at this point mauling them through. And again, we've been talking about how potent the Syndra will be for Remind, and the damage output is just going to be absolutely insane, regardless of the fact that he might not be the best player with the best KDA for the USG squad, but still, it's very much passable. 2-2-2, plus the fact that he gets that damage amplification from the double Infernal. It's very scary for Mineski. If anything, almost every single member of Mineski is a fire
and
target.
the landing the hook onto James. He can't escape. Remind just got the kill. Very easy. That's easy 300 gold. Right now, Remind is 3-2-2. He has the Leandri's Torment. A very painful item because the magic penetration and the health is just more than enough for the Might to be this huge constant threat.
Easy kill indeed. And take note,
Oh
didn't
boy.
even need the ult to
He
take
did.
down James.
Zensha got scared.
And this is very worrisome. If you're going to look at it, James was quite vulnerable to the Syndra. Not a single telltale sign of any form of magic resist, in comparison to the other players which have made a proactive step to go for Mercury tabs in the form of both Kaigu and Exosen respectively. So, you know, this overall confidence, USG capitalizing on these things. Again, these small victories that they're building up on to overwhelm the Mineski squad. Again, I'm really hoping to see a lot more proactivity from the Philippine squad, because otherwise it's just, again, USG continues to maul time and time and time again.
Audio is there, ready to go all in. He is going in for the fear to pop that shield. Now the shield is down. Exoset is fear. He gets in for the infinite duress. Apeman goes in for the flash and taunt. Will land them a kill.
Man, the confidence though, but looks like they're not done just yet.
Kaigu trying to make some room. Members of USG backing away. They got what they wanted.
Fortunately, Explosive Cask is down for Kaigu to make any further plays, but looks like that is going to be the sign of the Rift Herald actually being summoned. Just have to see though. Will we be seeing a charge? Yes, there we go. The damage is absolutely crazy. But yeah, this is, again, the pickoffs, the small victories just keep on manifesting for USG. Some members of Mineski actually getting picked off time and time. So
It's going to be a huge setback because when they get picked up, USG gets objectives. Look at that. 5 turrets, while Mineski just has 4. And now, USG having 2 Infernal Drakes is just showing. Looking at the damage coming from Neo, attack is more than enough to actually take down Exo. He is on the fervor of battle, so that is going to be a huge AD bonus. Whereas Remind has the Morello. CD reduction, more mana, more AP. That's just deadly for Remind.
And again, I've got to commend the coordination coming in from the USG squad here. What I really like is they're able to perfectly layer their CCs, and they know how to juggle out when they go for these tower dive plays. So we'll just have to see, you know, with this type of coordination coming from USG squad, they're just utilizing their composition to the T. Again, in order for you to really maximize this composition, you really have to know how to play around these champions. Again, has to be layer upon layer of making sure that you dish out the right CC at the right time, just so that you can make sure that you secure a kill without expending all your resources in one full sweep and not get anything.
But when that happens, USG does get the upper hand from Mineski. They do have a setback. Looking at the Gold League, USG has more than 7,000 than Mineski, and 2 Infernal Drakes is more than enough for USG to compensate the lack of damage they had in the early phase of the game.
We'll just have to see, you know. Again, the gold lead, this is what I've been talking about here. Even though it's been quite small, USG has been having that small lead, but then again, it keeps on widening and widening and widening from like literally hundreds to manifesting into the 1 to 2K mark, manifesting into 4, just slowly building up now. That Mineski, you know, they really have to try to respond to this at this point, because USG, they're just showing so much control, so much confidence in this game, that they're able, the confidence to really make these plays work for them.
USG gets spotted on the red side, so when confidence comes, I think USG has it. Apeman is going on to Kaigu. Look at the damage that Apeman is bringing into this game on that Shen with the Titanic Hydra. The Stand United is available, so when USG goes all in, Apeman will respond, and now Kaigo does have to teleport, but it's a bit too slow. Here comes the arrow. Remind flashes away and pop his heal.
Wow. So there we go.
I think NT signaled Remind. NT did see the arrow.
Yeah, Enchanted Crystal Arrow now down, so that is information as well for USG that one ult from Mineski is down,
But
and
2 summoners down for Remind, so it's a really good investment for Mineski.
indeed, you know, hopefully this is something that Mineski could potentially capitalize on, but oh, looks like we'll actually be seeing a Baron take from USG. Very gutsy.
Oh, USG very gutsy, going for the Baron. Mineski trying to make some signal of warning, but won't be enough. Kaigo gets rooted down. The explosive gas is there for the disengage, but we see James still going in with a Scarred Awake landing on the 2 members of Mineski. Remind picks off James. Zencho still trying to catch off members of USG. Exo has no mana. Harete is very low. Zencho trying to get a kill. The stun will not connect onto Zencho.
Oh man, this is not juggling quite correctly for Mineski at this point. You know, things are just not adding up, but then again, that Baron stall was still very good. They were able to prevent USG from taking that Baron, because if that Baron was secured, then that just would have caused all the more problems. The window of opportunity for Mineski to get back into this game would have substantially narrowed down to the T. So again, this definitely gives Mineski for room to breathe, try to recuperate, try to think up this game plan here, realize what their win conditions are to get back, because right now it's looking pretty stale.
Really looking stale for USG in a way that they are trying to close in the game, but right now the Ocean Drake is live up for grabs for both teams, but USG having more gold, more items, more damage, they will be establishing more control in the objectives, whereas Mineski is forced just to respond.
We'll just have to see right here. Exosen actually doing a good job controlling, making sure that the lanes are. This is something that Mineski has to control right now. They really don't want all these lanes to get shoved in, because the more pressure USG exerts across the map, you know, getting the waves pushed in that Mineski has to respond to, the more it allows them to take objectives, such as this dragon right here actually. Again, the control, very interesting. Because of this top lane getting pushed in, Exosen forced to respond. Again, it's basically the Mineski squad kind of surrendering themselves to what they need to defend at the moment in order to make sure, especially this Baron. So Dragon, probably something they could give up given that they are lagging a bit behind, but definitely it is the Baron that they don't want to give up 100%, because that Dragon, that Baron rather, would be such a game changer in the sense for USG that from this fantastically that they have just would have spearheaded into almost an auto win for USG.
Look at the amount of vision control USG denied from Mineski. So many wards were removed from Mineski, and now they're in the dark. The Baron is live. They're confused, but in the bot lane, Apaman still doing the same thing as he always loves to do.
Total darkness indeed.
Total darkness for Mineski, and then the Baron is exposed, and they have no idea. Really kept into the dark, but they do have one ward to see that USG was making their way in.
Thomas is within the vicinity though, but Mineski
Teleport coming in. Apaman is going to be teleporting, whereas Kaigo will be going towards the Baron pit. The Baron reset it, so Mineski just bought more time, but I think USG will not give up just yet.
Yeah.
Ultimates are all up for both teams. Kaigo does have the flash, not yet ready. Does have the explosive catch. James has the smite, flash, everything. We were small to cut them off, but Baron is down very low, and James goes in for a steal, maybe. No! USG still takes the Baron. James flashes over the wall, but Neo is there with the infinite duress, and now chasing down TG. TG's left alone. Kaigo's there for the explosive cast to save his teammate.
And that is such a shame. If that Enchanted Crystal Arrow connected, I feel like that would have made the difference. Potentially, like, Enchanted Crystal Arrow connecting with a layering of CCs from Mineski could have granted James that opportunity to steal. But because it missed out, things kind of went wrong at that point. Sure, we were swallowed to cut off members of USG, but then again, to the cost that James goes down, regardless, this is USG, might potentially able to finish the game.
Great hooks coming from one NT, securing kills and objectives, but two-man body slam connects, and he's very low. TG picks up the kill. Apaman trying to go in, but the Spirit's Refuge denies so many damage from Zencho. There's the soul from Zencho and the poke from Exo. Let's see, Zencho still trying to make some plays, but the unleashed power is just too much for TG to handle. He gets taken down. Hamas goes in onto Remind. Remind gets taken down by Hamas. The smite helped him for the regeneration, but USG in the mid lane cleaned up the members of Mineski with only Hamas blinking red. I think this is a really bad news for Mineski. There is the ace. USG picks it up.
Man, and look at those death timers onto Mineski. I think this is pretty much a done deal. USG just really mulling down Mineski from the get-go start of the game. You know, slowly capitalizing even on the equal ground to just making the goal difference exponentially huge at this
8
point.
seconds left for Zencho. Will he make it through? Harati is really not stopping at all, really aiming to end the game as fast as he can. His teammates are going in for Endurance onto TG, gets killed off. Neo is dominating with USG dominating this game between Mineski, the 3rd seed of LJL, secured the victory against Mineski, the 3rd seed of GPL.
Man, that was pretty astounding, especially since we are looking at the 2nd seed from Japan. But the way they played, a 3rd seed rather, actually that was 3rd seed. But the way they played that out, definitely very impressive, I gotta say. You know, they were just in total command of that game. Again, what I've been saying here is that we've been seeing all these games wherein it's pretty much equal at the start, but then again, it's these small definitive clashes that these teams slowly build up on that just led them to this huge victory. But of course, you know, there we go, the handshakes.
Well, this is an opportunity for the GPL region to really be exposed to the international teams. This is more of a culminating activity in my opinion, but this is Ref Rivals. Let's see what's going to be coming up next. Actually, it was really an entertaining game 3. Mineski did have a good start, but USG, they really read the minds of Mineski there.
Yeah, I gotta say, not just read the minds, but I feel like both sides were being proactive. It's just that the proactivity coming from Untold Stuff Gaming was much more successful for them when Mineski, they did make these proactive plays, but that one clash early on really started to set them back in a sense, I believe. There was that one clash wherein it led to 3 kills off of Mineski, and then it just started skyrocketing from USG.
I gotta say, for USC, they really had their macro in game very superior, very well in time, especially in that Infernal Drake pit. They really singled out the members of Mineski, especially Hamas going all in, was really punishing for Mineski, and USC caught that, and they got majority of the Drake. So I think that was a very impressive game. We have been a Shoutcaster. I am Vulcan, and with me was Arctic. We'll be back after a short break. You just watch the Ref Rivals.
Summoners, welcome back to Game 4 here on the Rift Rivals. We are your shoutcasters. I am Shinbu with 149. Of course, my partner here is Arctic. This time, for Game 4 on our schedule, you can see that what we'll be fighting would be OPL's first seed, Dire Wolves, versus the first seed from the LoL Japan League, which is Rampage.
Man, Rampage. Actually quite accurate for, quite apt for what's happening locally here from our own country right
yes,
now.
the biggest event in League of Legends event in the Philippines to arrive, to happen rather at the end of this month, July 30th. That's Rampage 2017, and let's see what will be the performance. This is gonna be the first time we'll be seeing the first seed of Japan. So far, we'd have Detonation Focus Me, and of course Unsold Stuff Gaming. I'm really curious what's up with their first seed so far on that game earlier. What happened there?
Wow, I mean, even though that was Japan's third seed, they performed above and beyond it. Really choked out Mineski. Mineski actually being very proactive in the early game. It's just that didn't really manifest as well as what happened for Unsold Stuff. And as a result, the gold lead just slowly got wider and wider and wider until such time that they just overwhelmed Mineski.
It was very weird. They had a very nice dive in the bot lane. And what happened was after the pause, it's just they lose their pace. And from the top lane, it went downward from that. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, once more, Dire Wolves versus Rampage. Another battle of the first seed here at Game 4, and we are on the drafting phase.
Yes, there we go. So for the bans, it is going to be Varus and Tom Kench being banned out right off the bat from Rampage, and then the Elise and Cassidy in exchange, though. So I'm really looking forward to this game, to be honest, because if you're going to think about it, considering how beautifully the second and third seed for the LJL performed, what more now that we're going to be watching
the first seed? Yeah, that's one thing you would want to consider. There was a Varus earlier, right?
Yes.
There was a Varus earlier, so I'm really curious. Of course, you get a meta bans as well here. A Galio in the hands of Dire Wolves, rather to be removed by Dire Wolves here. Let's see what would be the final ban. Obviously, Zac. Of course, these two guys, they never passed by the first batting phase. Yeah,
I really like the respect for Yutori Moyasi's Varus here, and not just that. At the same time here, and like you mentioned, these very OP meta champion. This is something that, regardless of the circumstances, you don't want to give to some of the best of respective regions. Yeah,
you really don't want it. Of course, you don't want to reveal any of your early plans. So we're gonna be seeing a Braum here, okay, on Dire Wolves GP's pick. Very, very curious, ladies and gents. Of course, we also got the Thresh. Two have picks on the support position, really, but there's actually a popularity. There's this Blitzcrank is gaining popularity, especially on the pick rate on the support position, but that is on the 7.13 patch. Do take note that for viewers' reference, our players here would be playing on the patch 7.12.
Yes, there you go. So looks like it is going to be the lock-in first pick from for Dire Wolves right here, as well as the Thresh and the Kha'Zix. So very interesting starts right here. I really like how we're suddenly seeing the return of these more tanky champions when we've been through a meta wherein it's really all about these high damage mages here. Indeed. So very refreshing indeed to see the champions such as the Braum and the Thresh coming back into the scene right here.
So we got an assassin here. If I'm not mistaken, is it 7.12 or 7.13, the buff on Kha'Zix?
Can't quite recall personally.
There's actually an adjustment on Kha'Zix. I'm not so sure if it was on 12 or on 13, but there's an adjustment base damage of his Q, but it scales, or it deals a lot of damage, especially if you are targeting isolated targets. So there's more damage on his Q on the way Kha'Zix is supposed to be played. Do take note, of course, that Rek'Sai has been leaned more on becoming like an assassin champion compared to the usual very, very tanky Rek'Sai in the late game. So
absolutely.
We got a Caitlyn as well here on the Dire Wolves. Very, very safe ADC, but instead of a Kalista to answer the Caitlyn in the earlier fight by Gigabyte Marines, what we have here from Japan, it's gonna be the Kog'Maw. What
Very interesting. Yeah, I mean, Kog'Maw isn't something you normally see as much. Well, probably it's big in our region particularly. You don't normally see a Kog'Maw being picked into after seeing a Caitlyn being revealed right here. But then again, this is the first lead of Japan squad, so maybe they're definitely onto something here. Although, then again, the interesting thing about the Kog'Maw is that I'm expecting that maybe Rampage will be going for champions that could kind of help relieve any type of aggression that the Direwolf squad may do to get onto that Kog'Maw, because the Rek'Sai in itself, you know, very scary, very potent.
That is
You could
true.
easily go in on
You can easily go into the Kog'Maw. All you
there
need is to snipe someone with a Q. Okay, there's also an update on the Camille here. I'm not too sure if it's on 11 and it's 0.12, but there's the update on the precision protocol that it does more damage on that certain window where you are able to cast the second cast of precision protocol. I think that's on 1.5 seconds. So I'm not so sure if that should be enough to actually like influence her on going back into the meta. But one thing's for sure, observing the composition here of Rampage, it is a very aggressive composition, and they haven't even picked their mid lane yet. The interesting part here is that the Kog'Maw, you usually pick it up against the Braum because the Braum cannot use Unbreakable against the Kog'Maw. You know, the Living Artillery actually bypasses the protection that Braum can do in bleeding in the front line. But the squishiness here of the Kog'Maw, the early game of the Kog'Maw, that is what makes this so dangerous, especially again on the rework Rek'Sai. Interestingly, we get a Jax here. Okay.
I'm kind of curious.
That's
a
over.
There we
That's
go.
a freaking over. All right, I almost got baited there. The Orianna, mentioning the bans here, we get a Kennen, we get a Renekton, Fiora, and the Vladimir. Most for the meta bans here, you know, powerful top laners. Those three, Fiora, Renekton, and Kennen. Sometimes you just ban out the Vladimir for a target ban on this one. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, of course, you want to ban the Vladimir because the Vladimir can easily dodge the shockwave of Orianna. Nonetheless, that will still stick to that Corki. Alright, so it's a very, very similar composition they try to pull off in their match here against the Japanese first seed. Considering their match as well against Gigabyte Marines, of course, the first seed from GPL. But this is such a nice matchup.
I really love the map. I really love how Rampage drafted this up. Again, there was such a huge question on my mind when they went for this fresh Kha'Zix and Kog'Maw over the first, because you know you really have to choose champions that will complement these three picks. If anything, like I mentioned, they need some type of utility, additional utility. Not only the utility to complement the Kog'Maw and the Kha'Zix, but also some way to deal with the Rek'Sai, because like we did mention, the Rek'Sai is such a potent pick to go into the Kog'Maw. So I love how they kind of came up with a solution to go for the Camille to deal with that.
Not to mention, you can also go for the Orianna to shield your Kog'Maw if ever somebody's diving for your Kog'Maw. But it will heavily depend now on the early game of Rampage here, right?
I agree with you, because like ultimately when you look at the composition that Rampage has, I love the thought process that they went with going for this draft. It's just that it really needs execution to the T in order to make sure that they deal with all these elements coming in from the OPL squad to counter that.
And they have to survive the early game.
Exactly.
That's one thing. It's not just Kog'Maw, it's also the Kha'Zix, ladies and gentlemen. It will fall heavily on the Camille, on making quick responses, you know, on the 6-minute mark, maybe the 7-minute mark, ladies and gentlemen. Mentioning as well that what we have is a very interesting matchup in the top lane. Usually when you see a Camille, there's a Fiora. Sometimes some people would say that the Fiora directly counters a Camille, but talking to some top laners, it's actually still a battle of skill level. Nonetheless, what we have is a Jax in the top lane. Jax and Camille. This is the first time I'm going to be seeing this matchup.
You know, very excited, but I really like the synergy at the same time. If you're going to look at it, this Braum, I feel like, is going to be very crucial for Destiny here, because across the board, there's so many ways that you could proc that passive for Braum here. Again, actually both sides, now that I look at the overall compositions, it really comes down to proper execution, because these are compositions that are actually quite complicated to pull off, but in a sense, it's very sound and very much makes sense here. If you're gonna look at Direwolf's composition here, really plays, it's very classic blue side red side here, when blue side really dictated the flow of what comp they wanted to go for, the proactivity, the many means as to how they could proc this Braum passive really manifests across the board. Then again, like I've been mentioning for Rampage, I love how smart that they played out this draft in the sense that it's very, very much responsive to how Direwolves drafted. It's just that ultimately execution for both sides is key to really make sure that things work out for them, because anything that goes wrong for them, just really wouldn't manifest into anything good for them going into later parts of the game.
Very true, because they have a very quite a linear plan here. Darwolves. It's actually reflective of what's their plan in their match against Gigabyte Marines. Another split pushing top laner. You know, earlier Chippies was on Fiora. Now he got the Zac here, so it's very likely we'd be seeing Darwolves would be planning on making a 4-1 composition here. Yeah, that is very interesting. Look at that. So nothing is absorbed here by the counter attack. And right now, it's actually the greatest armsman in League of Legends, Jax, versus the deadliest foot. Let I say foot feet. Camille. Let's see what will be the outcome. So, but nonetheless, as you mentioned, it would be bad if whatever they planned to do so in the late game did not turn out into their favor. Okay,
Whoa.
Very interesting matchup, seriously. But of course, you have to really account when will the towel be thrown in the top lane, if ever who really goes ham. And it's actually a matter of calculation. Like, whoever miscalculates between Jax and Fiora obviously will lose. Anyway, going back, if ever Chippies doesn't ramp up in the top lane, it would be bad once again for Direwolves. The thing about Jax, I've been seeing a lot of Fiora games. When you have a Fiora in your composition, all you need to worry is to actually not put Fiora behind. You don't need to have a Fiora like being in advance, right? Oh, okay. Or Rampage.
Yeah.
Yes. So you don't need to put Fiora to be advanced here. But hold that thought, ladies and gentlemen. An exhaust here. There's another jump. Kha'Zix actually bypasses the Braum. I think Braum is too durable for this one. It's very likely he would survive. He's still hold. No. Yeah, he's still holding onto his flash. Alright, so, yep. The power of Braum. Too tanky, ladies and gents.
Yeah, but luckily, survives with a slither of health. I really like, right up till the last second, Rampage tried to take down, right to the, like every single moment that they could get an auto attack on to try to take down Destiny, they did. So, very good calculation there, although it didn't necessarily manifest into a kill. But then again, it's very telling as to how well Rampage is able to weigh things out.
Yeah, and again, my comparison on Chippies, Fiora, and Jax. I kind of feel like Jax would need to have a lead to become a late game split pushing monster compared to a Fiora who just needs to get even. But let's see. Right now, this is a very, very complicated matchup, really. The one in the top lane. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, I would like to discuss Destiny. He got the damn catch earlier, right?
Yes.
Especially that fatal mistake on not activating the thick skin.
Oh, yeah.
Especially on the blue side. But this time, this is Braum. All you need to do is press Unbreakable. If you see a lot of champions collapsing onto your ADC or to your team, and you are all good. Especially, it's very easy to respond to someone, and you have a nice set as well.
There we go. So looks like, then again, still very much sound here. Again, this is the similar trends that we've been seeing here across the board when teams is kind of playing it very calculated, capitalizing on smaller victories when they can. But then again, it's these full-blown clashes that happen during the later parts, during the mid and late, that this really manifests into great things for either side. Of course, the side that actually wins those full-ons.
Indeed. And very interesting. Actually, Eevee dodge the Counter-Strike. The interesting part about Counter-Strike is, yes, you get the crowd control, but if Chippies actually connected that Counter-Strike onto Eevee, Eevee has the minion advantage with this trade-up. Look at that. Oh, well, he will reflect the damage from the minion, but Eevee would supposed to win this one. Let's see. One last hit and a flash. That could be it, but of course, there's flash as well on Chippies. So, right now, things are not looking pretty well for Chippies on this one. He's getting shoved on his own lane.
Yeah, definitely. Even though it didn't necessarily manifest into kill, the pressure in itself for Chippies to go back is huge for Eevee at this point. And, he really has to be careful. And look at this. I love the proactivity coming here from Fire, though, too, for the backup in case.
And I'm really curious, what if Chippies went for the Doran shield? Just a feeling. That means he's really willing, to take the fight.
Yeah, definitely.
So, let's see. His next items would determine, of course, what would be the outcome of this lane. And interestingly, he has a nice item. He got a cloth armor, he got a long sword compared to the boots here of Eve, but she also recalled she got a ruby crystal on this one. But I lean more that the Jax is quite equipped here. to trade with Eevee.
Yeah, I agree. It's just that Chippies has to be a little bit more careful as to determine what his fight lines are. Because like you mentioned earlier, he was already taking minion aggro
Yes.
upon the extended trade with Eevee, and that actually manifested him and take more damage than he anticipated. So these are the small things that he really has to weigh in on
Yeah.
when he wants to go for these trades. Because if he doesn't calculate that properly, then Eevee could easily capitalize on it.
And especially on the early game. In the early game where nothing much happened, all you can really do and discuss is the small things.
Exactly. And you know what's tricky here is that for the Camille, considering that there's a moment wherein she eventually absorbs physical damage because of her kit, but oh, we have a fight
Oh,
though.
and the Camille has the ult. Do take note that Jax has none. He's willing to trade up with the Kha'Zix. Puts in a ward, puts a flash into the tri-brush. There's a ward as well. One less kill. It's a matter of cooldown. It's a matter of time. This Jax is isolated. He gets swept. And the first blood is given unto Eevee.
Yes, there we go. First blood indeed. What's interesting though, despite that first blood, still gold is actually equal on the board. So regardless,
Yeah.
though that is a good start either way for both the top laner and the jungler for Rampage. So we'll just have to see again the moment. It's all about the momentum here, slowly capitalizing on victories to go into something bigger in the long run.
And it would be nice for Rampage. Do take note, as we have discussed in the drafting phase, all that Rampage has to watch out for is the early game.
Yes.
And that getting a first blood like that's nice for them. Okay? Tussle has an assist. And that means, you know, an added component item for a Kha'Zix. And that would accelerate Kha'Zix in actually getting his core items. And once the level 6, you know, when we're on the level 6, level 8 part of the game, he can actually join fights. Okay? By level 9, he might have his warrior enchantment,
I
you
agree.
know, completed. So, we'll see. We'll see, ladies and gentlemen, right now.
Yes.
Considering the items here, look at that. There's a boots advantage here by Tussle compared to Shinefire.
Oh yeah, now that you mentioned it.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go though.
Yeah, but the Shinefire is the one being proactive here. Would be forced to burn his flash because they want to really go all in on this one. Destiny was put in third range, but of course that should be mitigated by the Unbreakable. And look at King. He is allowed to take all blast hits. Do take note that he also has an ace in the hole. They have to watch out for this one. Had it been that Destiny has a glacial feature, ultimate on this one, might have been a kill
Indeed.
against Yotori Moyashi.
And what's actually interesting here is that if you're gonna think about it, sure, it didn't really result to Direwolves getting a kill, but the fact that they got 2 flashes down from both Yutori Moyashi and Dara, that's actually pretty big. And this will result to getting a turret for Direwolves.
And that would also put Direwolves in a position to take an Infernal Drake. All they need is to have a jungler in the bot lane. And yes, they will not rotate for the Infernal Drake. They just recall. Alright.
Yeah, recall
Very
for the
interesting.
meantime, you know. But yeah, I feel like they did have, that was potentially an opportunity, especially since Fantix was already in the vicinity as well, if ever they decided to go for that continue. But then again, I mean, the gold lead is definitely in their favor right now.
Yes.
First turret of the game, actually. Now
First turret, that is big. That is big, and that is the bot lane. Observing the rotations of the bot lane here as well. No swap. No bottom duo to be sent in the top lane. That's still, you know, let's leave that fight. There's the shockwave flash off from Fantix. They're willing to take that trade. Had it been that Dara should be earlier, he might get a very nice death sentence against the Corki. And again, looking into the map, no swap here. Top laner, rather Cheapies here, still going for the top lane. Oh, there's the swap, sorry. There's the swap. Alright. No point of actually like staying in the bot lane, especially if it's shoved. Just leave it to a top laner that can actually freeze that one and split push. Now we get a Thresh and a Kog'Maw to deal with this Jax. And it seems that Direwolves would not respond to that one. But here's the thing. Direwolves is totally in the position to take an Infernal Drake
Definitely.
with this swap.
But we'll just have to see, you know. Again,
Yeah.
there's been opportunities. There's been a number of opportunities actually, which Aaron Direwolves actually could have exponentially capitalized on their lead a little bit more. It's just that hasn't been really manifested in anything. But then again, I guess it's them being much more careful. But given the circumstance,
Yeah, that is
there
so
we go.
weird. Actually, Camille actually left the bot lane, and Ramuna went for the bot lane to cover for this one. The teleport is too late. You get punished. He has to use the ultimate rather to get a knock up, but cannot escape. This is so bad. This is a very bad rotation coming in from the Japanese #1 seed. because 11 minutes into the game, they're losing an inner bottom lane turret, and they're losing vision control on that blue side jungle. That Infernal Drake would just look like as a bonus
Yeah,
for Direwolves.
that's crazy though. You know, I'm actually surprised. Direwolves getting 2 turrets straight from bot lane right there. Sure,
Yeah.
an outer turret trade, but then again, the fact that we're only 11, transitioning to 12 minutes into the game, but
Yeah.
taking down that turret towards bot, you know, that's something pretty early. Probably, definitely caught the Japanese team off guard here. So
It was a very interesting rotation coming in from EV. But he went for the mid lane just to get some minions.
yeah, but still, regardless, you know, manifesting into a lead, definitely effective for Direwolves. What I'm really interested in seeing here, if they could keep up the consistency, because the ball's definitely in their court right now, they could really capitalize on this lead that they have. But then again, we'll just have to see if it actually manifests, because that's still the big question mark on my mind right now.
Well, comparing the two top laners, and of course comparing the shove lanes here, top lane and bottom lane, EV can clear waves faster on this one. And interestingly, the first one to arrive on the Infernal Drake was the Japanese team.
Exactly, you know,
Very weird. This is so weird.
there's been so many opportunities wherein
To take the Infernal Drake.
exactly.
What?
So the fact that the Infernal Drake regardless still goes to Rampage,
What?
it's just a huge question mark on my mind. Again, this is what I've been talking about, opportunities that Direwolves could have taken to make their lead all the more significant. But
Yeah.
not making these plays to do so. And with this outer turret now being taken by Rampage at this point, if anything, it actually almost might put them back into equal playing field. But
Yeah. That's already, 20k and 21k gold mark here for the Direwolves. Yes, they would have. This is nice, okay? This is nice. They have the Rift Herald, but again, they don't have the habits
right.
to actually push forward their lead. Okay, that was a very nice lead they've taken in the bot lane. They should have forced something. They should have, went all in on that Infernal Drake. They had a better item also, to take note.
Agreeable, yeah. And at the end of the day, of course, we do have the Cloud Drake next, but I will say this though. Direwolves, they've been doing good. Could it have been better? Without a doubt, definitely. This gold lead that they have right now could have been around, we're actually at 2,000 right now. Could have been at around 3,000 to 3,500 at
Yes.
most. Again, it's all about capitalizing, realizing what advantages you could take. And they've been playing, I understand, all these teams across the board have been playing it safe for most of the games. It's just that perhaps Direwolves underestimating what prowess they actually already had at the moment.
Yeah. Because they can do take note. Yottori Moyashi is still not that fed.
Exactly.
Okay? It's just, baseline Kog'Maw. The Caitlyn actually has bigger damage in hands of the Zeal, and of course this BF sword is actually going all in with the crits here.
And if you're going to think about it, considering that Ramun actually has the utility, despite having the utility, the shields, to deal with the Corki, regardless, Fantix was continuing to bully that Orianna.
Yeah.
So, again, there's just been so much room to really
Get a lead.
capitalize.
Yeah, look at that. That's, 150 CS compared to 130.
Exactly.
So this is very interesting. Well, one thing's for sure, Darvish is playing it safe. Alright? Hopefully it's not that safe to a point that Rampage could catch up.
Absolutely.
Because they've been doing it so far. They managed to take an Infernal Drake. Okay, they managed to take an outer bottom lane tower as well.
So there we go, ladies and gents. We'll just have to see, Again, they still have a lead regardless. It's just that could have been better.
Could have been better, yes.
So there we
let's
go.
see. Let's see rotations coming in from Jara to actually land some deep wards. But of course, it would be on Destiny to clear that one. Rather, he won't. Okay, so those are two crucial wards there on the red side jungle. That would give a lot of information in favor of Team Rampage. Right now, everyone's converging in the mid lane. Do take note that the Reef Herald has been proc. Interestingly, Ramon is also in the top lane.
Okay.
Yeah. And the bottom duo is actually in the mid lane. These are some really confusing rotations. And I guess this is just a run-of-the-mill rotations.
It's just kind of in the moment.
In the moment
Could have been
rotations, yeah.
better. I mean,
Yeah.
I just couldn't get past the fact that this could have been so much better. Could have been much more definitive for Direwolves.
Yeah, because if I'm going to be calling this one, I would recommend a 0-4-1.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, even from Direwolves or even from Rampage. Okay, the first one to actually go first in the mid lane and manage to control or stack up a wave and push an outer turret, because those are the obvious objectives na lang eh.
Yes.
Alright, you could also... Bot lane is, there's no objective in the bot lane. Even for Rampage, it's very unlikely they try to force in taking that inner bottom lane turret. Direwolves just got really lucky, capitalizing on the mistake of Eevee and taking that inner bottom lane tower.
And overall, the longer this game goes, sure, they've been playing it safe, but by playing it a little bit too safe, you're actually allowing Rampage to slowly farm up, get back up to par with Direwolves. And considering this is Yutori Moyasi on a Kog'Maw, so eventually this will manifest in... Hopefully it doesn't manifest into something where they couldn't deal with a Kog'Maw that has the core items that he needs to just go up to par with Direwolves' composition.
Extreme things considered, a Kog'Maw can outscale a Caitlyn. In terms of attack speed, glass cannon Kog'Maw. But of course, not without a cost. That's the thing. And right now, it's still, I would dare say Caitlyn has the slight lead against the Kog'Maw. Right now, Caitlyn can influence the fight better than the Kog'Maw, especially with the traps, and that Peacemaker. If there are some fleeing enemies, then he can just ace it the whole that one. Not to mention, he got Fantix to aid him as well. And not to mention that if ever Caitlyn would want to be, very, very aggressive, Destiny can cover for him.
Definitely, but still, I like the fact that even though we have seen a little bit of a slower pace coming in from both sides, as far as speaking about the goal, Direwolves still, they have been able to get it up by a little bit, by a few hundreds, but then again, it's not really as game-changing wherein we could say it's definitive to say that they're just spearheading, dominating in the game, because it's still, in my opinion, still fairly equal playing field, in the sense that if Rampage gets the right opportunity to turn things back around onto Direwolves, then not only could it potentially set things back on equal playing field, if anything, the Japanese squad could actually get back into the game and spearhead.
Alright, so it's a matter of vision here. Do take note that river control is actually in the favor of Direwolves, accounting for the vision and of course trinket wards that is put there. Right now, not much of an objective really, but a Cloud Drake has spawned into the Summoner's Reef. This time, Direwolves wouldn't be wasting any time in taking a Drake. Had it been they had this sense of urgency earlier, they would have secured an Infernal Drake. The next one is supposed to be an Infernal Drake. They have to keep proper tabs on that one. So it's another standstill, ladies and gentlemen, as the only available objective would be... Oh no, the mid lane. Outer turret has been taken.
Yes.
So this might be hard for Direwolves. They would want to enter a lane if they really want to... force this. My guess is this game might drag on.
It might, because
it might drag on.
Again, it has reached a slower pace actually. So again, the proactivity that Direwolves had in the earlier phase, but actually
or maybe not. Yeah, there's the tag. Of course, there are the concussive blows, passive as well. That's 4 members to be sent against GV. That's the thing. That's the only available objective for Direwolves. Pick up the split pushing champion. Nonetheless, let's see. Can Rampage destroy the mid lane? They have to answer this one. The one who's split pushing on Rampage is Ramon. Oh my god. Yes, that is very interesting.
Trying to get a little bit of farm as well, because that utility would actually be very key later on and allow Eevee, Tuskful, and Yutori Moyasi to just have that extra protection when dishing out the optimal damage that they can going into clashes. So definitely understandable, because like you have champion Fantix here, definitely up as far as the CS and the control earlier during that early game against the Orianna. So I like the fact that Rampage, well, in itself, because of the fact that Direwolves has been playing it a little bit more slower, just capitalizing on pickoffs when they can in the form of Eevee, it allows the other members of Rampage to just slowly build up. Like I've been mentioning, they're just building up at this point that if prolonged, once they have the optimal items, they could actually go up to par. And it's scary because the damage output coming from Tussle and especially Yutori Moyasi on this Kog'Maw is something that I'm actually quite worried for
the late game against Direwolves, right? And the thing here is that had it been that Orianna's in the mid lane, they could have answered that pick off on Eevee, the Camille, in the top lane when he was, gangbanged by 4v1. So they could have taken that mid lane. What they can do is, the main reason they were not able to take the mid lane is because, do they have damage for tower? Yes, they have. It's actually on Yutori Moyasi. A Kog'Maw being allowed to touch a tower, the Kog'Maw could do short work against the tower. But the problem here is they lack wave clear. Alright? They lack wave clear. They only have the Kazakhstan and Kog'Maw to deal damage to this one. This is not good for Rampage. That is a nice spot to teleport. And all that Jax needs to do is land the crowd control and also the Q win in the backline. There's also Fantix with the package. That's like a small equalizer for their team. Rather substitute for equalizer. But look at that. Eva managed to shut down Fantix. But of course, that's a 3-for-1 exchange still, as Evi would be able to walk away and along with Kog'Maw.
This is one of the trickier situations for Rampage's composition here. If they're not able to get proper positioning, again, like I mentioned, this is a composition that might actually work, but then again, there's so much precision needed. Positioning is actually very key, that when you actually don't have the protection needed for the other members, that's actually where Rampage's composition will falter. But looks like Direwolves really picking up the pace now. That was very definitive, eventually leading to a Baron.
It feels like Rampage is just taking what they can in the map. Meanwhile, Direwolves is the one setting up plays. That is such a very nice warder left.
Yeah, there
right?
we go. So this is actually interesting here, because I was actually thinking that Rampage might have been able to set the flow here, but then again, because of how proactive Direwolves is, let's go ahead and check out what happened here. So Chippy's actually digging right in, and Fantix, look at the confidence just going in right off the bat, that even though Ramoon got a great shockwave onto the rest of the members of Direwolves, I felt like it was a few milliseconds too late at that point, because Direwolves was just really overwhelming the rest of Rampage here, that again, plus the positioning that they were just kind of cut off and disconnected from each other, just really spelled things for Direwolves here, and very definitive. This is actually a lead that we could finally say that the ball, like, things are definitely on them.
The ball is actually on the court of Direwolves, ladies and gents. So right now, available objectives on the map would be the outer mid lane turret of Direwolves. 1 minute 30 seconds, we also have an Infernal Drake. Supposedly, if you have Infernal Drake, that's supposed to be in favor. Oh wait, hold on thought. That's supposed to be in favor of the red team. Oh my god. It's too dangerous. Members of Rampage are getting picked off. I mean, not for a kill, but their health is getting chunked out.
Yeah, definitely.
And they won't be in a position to defend this tower. The next wave would actually finish off this tower. Do take note, that's a Caitlyn sieging you. All you need is to actually put on those snap traps. It's very hard to answer for Rampage.
With all said and done, looking at the two compositions that we have for both teams, if anything, it's actually Direwolves that's playing much more better to their win conditions and their strengths at the same time. The fact that Fantix and King, we have seen, like you've been mentioning, the huge chunks of Rampage's health bars being chunked down, mostly because of the poke potential coming for both Fantix and King respectively.
Not to mention the pickups as well done there by Cheapies on the blue side jungle against Eevee, if I'm not mistaken. There is, of course, the Hextech ultimatum onto Fantix, but he was forced to jump out. This is not again good.
I love
for Rampage.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact how Direwolves is being much more responsive than we've seen them during their Gigabyte Marines game. So this is quite refreshing. Again, I have like the somewhat lower expectations that I've had from Direwolves as a result of their first game earlier on during the day. You know, I gotta say, I gotta take my expectations back a higher notch, because they're definitely performing. Again, I've had again in exchange as well, because the second and third seed for the Japanese team were performing above and beyond during the previous games. I was actually having high expectations of anything
for the first seed.
Yeah, for Rampage here, but looks like Direwolves really performing that they're not a team that you want to discount just yet, despite what happened during the Gigabyte Marines game.
And it's a very easy Infernal Drake there by the Direwolves. And it's supposed to be, I mean, in theory, especially if the pit is facing the red side team, it's supposed to be the red side team that has an advantage in taking Drakes, but not for this case, because right now the advantage here is stretched to a 7k gold lead on top of a 4k tower lead, and yeah, 1 Cloud Drake.
Yeah, the gold lead suddenly. It's been at such a stagnant 2,000 to 3,000 margin, but just after that explosive fight and that Baron to boot.
Yeah.
Just really look at Chippies though.
He's chipping through the health of Eva here. No answer coming in from the Camille. This is too dangerous. I cannot help but think that nobody, even Eevee, can 1v1 Chippies here. Even Tussle.
Plus the fact that we're actually looking at Camille. Both top laners actually have Ninja Tabi. It's just that technically the Ninja Tabi is supposed to help the Camille more, because Jax definitely dishes out a lot more auto attacks compared to Camille. But regardless, just got shredded down. That Rampage definitely in a very awkward position, almost leaning towards the 9,000 to 10,000 gold.
And what would be the answer here? What would be the answer here by Rampage? They always love to group up, and they're having difficulties on rotating the map. More so on how can they rotate on the pressure that is being forced here by Darwolves in their base. Look at that, GPs make short work of this tower. Eevee has to put in the Hextech ultimatum. There's gonna be that counter strike to trade up. Let's see if Eevee will go down.
Whoa.
He is still well. That's still a 1-for-1. But at what cost? Do take note that the bottom lane inhibitor turret is getting chunked in by the Direwolves here. They will manage to destroy that one. No death sentence. That is on cooldown. But the members of the Direwolves will back out. Or maybe go for the mid lane.
Potentially. But yeah, good distraction there from Chippies regardless. Even though it does result into a death, still a top for top laner, not bad. Plus an inhibitor turret to boot was really, really good. So at this point, one of the problems that I have with Rampage's draft gear, I do believe that this is a, logically speaking, there's some pretty good thought process here as opposed to countering what Direwolves drafted. It's just that looking at things, putting all the pieces together, it's just so hard to execute that not only do you need a certain lead, but going into these clashes in order to make sure that you get proper protection for Yutori Moyasi and to allow Tussle and Eevee to deal the maximum damage that they can at the same time, you really need to have more than ideal conditions going into the clash. So there's just so many complications with this drafting that they've had here. Is it a good logical draft against what Direwolves drafted? Sure, I'd agree.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna look at it from the perspective as to how well you can execute it, how perfect it is, the difficulty, the ladder of difficulty you need to make it successful, it's actually pretty quite high.
And one thing's for sure, there are challenges in using the Camille here for this composition. That I would be forced to flash out, but of course, nonetheless, Cheapies would just trade his own flash to chase that one. A kill is a kill, and it's always good in the Jax. The thing here is, if there's one miraculous win condition here for Rampage, it's actually a hook shot from the Camille into the back line, targeting Fantix and King with a ball on her.
Exactly.
The shockwave.
That's actually the ideal scenario. It's just that in order to do so, you have to deal with other elements such as Chippies and Fire, which is why, like I mentioned, in order for the clashes for Rampage to work, they need more than ideal situations wherein technically they have to capitalize on Direwolves themselves making mistakes as far as their positioning. But so far from what we've been seeing, it's not really been happening, and Rampage really paying the price for doing so.
Here we go, Hextech ultimatum. Let's consider this too. Look at the damage coming in from Fantix, but at the end of the day, it was so close. It was so close. Supposedly, it should be a clean assassination from Eevee, but it almost went 1-1.
I gotta commend Fantix though, the way he juggled that up against Eevee. Regardless, you know, range versus a melee, technically, you really shouldn't be taking that much damage from a core. I mean, the fact that Fantix almost landed almost all the skills in that fight, you know, it's very impressive regardless. And still, small victory for Rampage, whether or not it allows them to get back into this game. They still have a long way to climb. If anything, if they're lucky enough to prolong this game, to actually get the itemization, to get back on equal ground with Direwolves, because so far, it's very tricky for them. Very, very tricky.
For a past Camille, that kind of assassination should be a piece of cake. But right now, it's really, really hard. Actually, what I think finishes that kill was the update on Camille on the precision protocol, the Q. Added damage on the Q. And yeah, no escape. Such a bad position there by Sharon Fire. And nice that sentence as well from Dara. Another win condition here for Rampage is for Yutori Miyasi and getting another core item. For some nice legendary team fight, you get a kill. This Kog'Maw would get a kill streak and get another core item. I think that should be enough to make this Kog'Maw a threat. Like maybe build invest a few members in making this Juggernaut Kog'Maw. Nonetheless, look at that. Cheapies here. Just ignoring everyone. And this might even turn out as a... I mean, there's no Kog'Maw there. I believe he can take on the Kazakhs.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually true. And there we go. So this might actually be the prompt for Baron. I'm actually quite surprised because Chippies was already doing... This is one of those things that good versus great, that what Chippies did was good. It could have been better if... Oh, there we go.
Through and Sharkwave to the death sentence gets catch here by Destiny, but of course all of it will be resetted by that redemption. And the Baron would go into the Direwolves as well.
Really good for Diablo swipe there. But yeah, as I was saying, the point I was trying to make here is that the few seconds that Chippies was already distracting RPG was actually could have already been a go signal for Direwolves to start Baron. So, but still, luckily they did secure Baron. But then again, it's all about those scenarios wherein you could have performed so much more better.
Oh yeah, and yes, I recalled also of the update on Jax. I think his Empower E has an extended range. On the buff. So that's actually a pretty nice buff, especially when you're like trying to chase down someone. So, you know, one of these two, Camille and Jax, receiving slight buffs. For the most part, it's paying off on the Jax.
And the range from a logical standpoint for Jax on this champ, you know, if you look at his weapon, he does have that.
Lamp?
Lamppost? Yeah, parang it does grant him that opportunity to
catch, you know,
exactly.
or have an extended melee range, right? Ironically. So right now it's 10-6, ladies and gentlemen. The ridiculous lead here of the Direwolves is just too much. It's only a matter of time before they knock on the doors and onto the inhibitor turrets here of Rampage. As we mentioned, it might come to, let's see, Renance is completed here by Yutori Miyasi. So maybe they can like group up and deliver Yutori Miyasu in range to at least melt through the front line of the Direwolves. But the problem here is if you group up, it's like you're setting up yourself on catching the glacial fissure. That's the problem, and you don't want that. You don't want to catch the glacial fissure, especially not with Fantix around, not with King, not with this Caitlyn, and even not with Chippies.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, again, Direwolves really in a great position right now. There's just so many things that went wrong for Rampage.
And look at that. He's actually gonna take the bait. This is too dangerous. Oh my god.
Oh no.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Puts down the crowd control, of course. Empower. Look at that extended range. Look at that Titanic Hydra. And yes, that is Death in the Brushes, ladies and gents. Brought to you by Chippies.
So there we go. But yeah, I mean, really great job for Chippies right there. Really good bait on to Eevee. And then again, this will just make things all the more definitive. Chippies providing a great distraction now for the bot lane duo of Rampage.
And of course, that distraction would translate onto an inhibitor. These are the small plays, the small things that could lead you in winning League of Legends. As I recall, oh wait, hold that thought. That's the flash in. That's the signal to go all in. Can they make the kill? Yes, there's the death sentence. It needs a shutdown. I wonder how much bounty was given to this Kog'Maw, and will that matter now that the members of the Direwolves are looking to taking their second inhibitor in this game. Look at that. Look at King. He's actually getting the free hits. He also has a 1 for an eye on this one. Puts a crit onto the Orianna. Now melting through Dara on this one. That sentence gets dodged here. Yutori Miyashi, ADC per ADC. Rather, he's walking away. King might be in range. Does King know that this Dara has no flash? I wonder, because he's actually trying to be the distance that he doesn't get played. But look at that, there's going to be the flank. But he still has flash to go on. And he still has the guy to go on. There's also the Braum. Look at that, look at that Caitlyn. He managed to survive with a double kill. And with 4 members, rather an ace in the base. It's going to be the Wolves eating through the base of Team Rampage, the #1 seed of Japan. Getting owned by the #1 seed of the Oceanic region, Direwolves.
Man, congratulations. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Securing their first win for the region. Congratulations again to the Direwolves.
Oh my god.
Woo!
It's basically Rampage not meeting their win conditions there.
No.
And also, I believe it's because Direwolves has the more active rotation.
Oh yeah.
On the early part of the mid game. You know, it seems like after their outer turrets, outer top and outer bottom lane turrets has been destroyed, it seems like they don't know where to go. It seems like they just got lucky taking that Infernal Drake. And it was a total disaster. I feel like Rampage has to work on their rotations.
Oh yeah.
Look at the mistake by Eevee there, right? Losing that inner bottom lane turret just because of, you know, rotating for the melee to take that farm. Something like that, ladies and gentlemen. Nonetheless, of course, you'd have to give for Chippies. There's a good reason why she was the Fiora earlier and why his team has a lot of faith in him and becoming that monster split pusher.
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy. I gotta hand it to them. almost underestimating them in this game because of their performance earlier, but then again, they definitely proved me wrong. If anything, it kind of tilted. So basically expect the unexpected for the Rift Rivals here. But I mean, wow, because what I really like about that game is that Rampage, you know, they really fell behind a bit. They didn't really... I guess it was just really more of Direwolves being so much more proactive to deny Rampage any equal ground with them.
Yes, of course. You'd have to give it for Direwolves as well. They always put pressure, not just on their champions alone, not just whenever they get on the lane, but of course the way they rotate on the map. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be the conclusion for this fourth game. We still have games for this Rift Rivals episode, and we have been your shoutcasters. I am Shinbu with a 1 for an I, and my partner here is Arctic once again. LJL and of course OPL and GPL Rift Rivals. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our fifth and final game for today for 2017's Rift Rivals, of course, featuring the Garena Premier League, the LOL Japan League, as well as the Oceania Pro League. Of course, before anything else, we're going to be introducing ourselves as this Arctic at your service, fam, your first caster, and of course, your second caster for today is going to be the Mighty Vulcan.
So, good evening to everyone, and we hope you are enjoying the first day of the Rift Rivals, where we pit regionals against each other to test who is the better one for eternal glory and bragging rights. But right now, on to the schedule to see that it would be Detonation Focus Me against Ascension Gaming of GPL.
Yeah, there we go. So, you know, very crucial. Again, like we mentioned, every point counts if ever you want your shot at glory to emerge to the top region out of the three here. So, this will be very definitive here.
Well, this is the first Rift Rivals, so you want to make a good first impression and a good first run in this, I would say, the most player-centric. It's for the pro players itself, because it gives them a chance to meet other players internationally and then test themselves with like the opportunities at stake, because normally players right now wouldn't be fighting like this because of the seedings and whatnot. They will not be qualifying, but right now they get the chance to do this. But right now, let's go straight to the drafting phase to see how things turn out for Detonation Focus Me on the blue side, where Ascension Gaming would be on the red side.
Yeah, there you go. So, of course, the bans right off the bat for Detonation Focus Me, they're going to be taking away the Callista from Lloyd, as well as the Elise from Uni, while the Zac as well. You know, 100% ban rate pretty much on this Zac thus far, as well as pretty much anticipating the Galio as well. The Zig's going to be taken away from Detonation Focus Me. Sarah's actually performed on the sticks despite that, yeah, I mean, regardless. So,
well, this is going to be the opening statements for Detonation Focus Me. Well, this is a really rare opportunity for all teams to actually participate, because, as I said, normally it would be very difficult to actually play with one of these teams who are actually well known, especially for LJL. They are the really newer teams, the younger teams entering the League of Legends community. But right now, on to the drafting. The first one is completed. We see bans on the Callista, Elise, a Galio ban, whereas Ascension Gaming prioritized the Zac, the Ziggs, and the Caitlyn.
And yeah, I mean, so looks like the Rek'Sai actually going to be taken for Detonation Focus Me. You know, we have been championing how this Rek'Sai with the rework might not necessarily be the tanky queen that she was before, but makes up for it by the element of surprise with the reworks that they've done on her ultimate. So looks like Steel might actually be showing us some moves here if he could maneuver around the Queen of the Sursai. But yeah, the Thresh as well going to be locked in for Warlock. Of course, Warlock, one of those support players that we've been championing as one of the players that we usually look out for in our own local GPL. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how he'll maneuver around the Thresh, because we have been seeing a lot of great skill shots coming from the supports across the board for our Rift Rivals.
And I loved how Paz played that top Shen once. It was really aggressive, and I love how top players, when they play aggressive, they apply so much pressure and in the end contribute so much for their team. But right now we're going to be seeing a hover on the top catch. Detonation Focus Me has yet to secure their top lane, whereas they will be going for the Braum support.
Okay, there we go. And looks like Krakus. So yeah, Braum support going to be locked in. So, and now the Ashe as well. That'll actually make a great combination, not just as far as in-game mechanically speaking with the synergy, but also in terms of storyline as well. You know, Ashe and Braum, they're kind of allies in this. So regardless.
Also a really good combo, because there's the slow from the Ashe's passive and also the Braum's concussive blows, which gives the ADC a free stun. I gotta say, that combo looks very scary, and I think Ascension Gaming has some counterplay, I would say, but a Thresh is not enough, but they would be picking up that Varus.
Yeah, there we go. So it looks like both sides, you know, I really like the trend here. Most of the common trend is that we're seeing pick for pick matchups, but we haven't really seen as many proactive movements wherein they more so for the priority as to not reveal as much. Like earlier for these squad that came from, if I'm not mistaken, that was the Mineski game earlier against one of the Japan squad, wherein they had so much confidence in that Cinder that they took it right off the bat within the first rotation. So, but for most of the other games, you know, well, for a lot of competitive games in general, not just for our region, but for others as well, it's the same trend, you know, jungler support, AD carry being taken within the first rotation. So, but we'll just have to see how that translates, though, as the Shen and Fiora.
Oh, I really love the bans coming from Ascension Gaming, focusing on to pass and to Saris' Ziggs is somehow picked up ban in today's Rift Herald of Day 1. But for Ascension Gaming, they will be banning out, let's see, finalizing the top lanes, of course. But for Detonation Focus Me, I wonder, they are taking away that Syndra that G4 is very efficient on, but the cannon is more of a meta ban.
Yeah, exactly. And I really like how 3 top laners were actually banned. 3 very efficient top laners, actually. Shen, Fiora, and Cannon. So we might actually be seeing, so there we go, actually the Jarvan the 4th going to be locked in for Ascension Gaming here. Potentially still a hover actually, but we'll be changing over to the Renekton. And lock in indeed. Looks like we will be seeing some Crocodile not sure what he is.
Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah, there you go. Crocodile action in the top lane for Renren here.
And Mutafon will be going on that Ashe, whereas Saros might go on that Corki. I wonder for Detonation Focus Me, who will they prioritize for their mid laner? Patch 7.12 is the patch where Corki did get this really nice buff, but I don't think it's enough for him to come back in the competitive scene because he tends to lack because of his itemization is very expensive.
Indeed. So there we go. Detonation Focus Me really trying to figure out. Looks like instead they'll be taking the Jarvan the 4th themselves that was hovered over.
I wonder if that's a good choice for the blue side because Renekton against the Jarvan. Renekton really has a really powerful sustain and more tools to escape, but let's see, it's more of a skilled matchup.
Agreed. So I'm really interested in seeing how Ascension Gaming will be locking in this composition here. We're yet to see mid laner, you know, just what G4 will be using. Well, actually, across the board for Ascension Gaming, they actually have a lot of superstars here. But it looks like the Orianna, you know, we've been seeing a lot of this Orianna for the red side here. It's almost like a go-to pick for most of the people that end up on the red, but regardless, looks like we do have our compositions locked in for both Detonation Focus Me and Ascension Gaming. So with all locked in, with all said and done, who do you guys think? Of course, let us know in the chat who you guys are rooting for. Do you guys want to see Detonation Focus Me of the LJL take it for their region, or is it going to be Ascension Gaming that will pull things forward for the GPL? There we go.
Things are looking pretty good for both teams. The drafting phase is complete. So it's up to how they will perform in the lanes and the jungles. We'll see once we load up onto the Rift.
So
right on the schedule to see what's coming up next would be obviously the last game of today's first day of the Rift Heralds. LJL Detonation Focus Me against GPL's Ascension Gaming. We'll be seeing the results and how the second seed from both regions will play it out.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very interesting, of course, you know, this last matchup right here would really set things for both the GPL region and the LJL region. Unfortunately, the LJL suffering in there you have it, folks. Looks like we'll have to hold that thought right there as we head into our 5th and final game once again for Rift Rivals. Of course, this is gonna be Detonation Focus Me of the LJL versus Ascension Gaming of the GPL, both coming off as the second seed for their respective regions, but only one can emerge victorious as we head into the Rift. 5th and final game, let's go!
Let's see how they will dictate the standings. This is going to be a really good first impression to see which team is really powerful enough to make it up top for glory, bragging rights, and also send a message to all the regions out there that I'm the top dog.
Yeah, I like the music coming there from YouTube on that app. Really good jam. I'm kind of sad that he stopped that, but regardless. Anyways, going into this game right now, very interesting. I really like how we've been seeing a lot more Corki here in these recent games because with very good reason, because Corki definitely much more optimal than he was before with the recent changes that he made to him. But nonetheless, everything's safe and sound. Again, I feel like this is gonna be another one of those scenarios wherein it's gonna be one of those calm before the storm type of things. But then again, I feel like things are a little bit more explosive with what kits they have right now. But then again, it all comes down to how both sides, especially the junglers, play things out.
Especially how the laners will dictate their face, because right now we're seeing that Pass did pick up the Corrupting Potion, a really good start for Jarvan. And for Renren on the Renekton with the Thorin Shield, I think this is going to be a very submissive Renekton because it won't be that aggressive than a Doran's Blade start, but he is going for the long run. He is resourceless. So the really good buff on the Doran Shield will really help him sustain longer, especially he does have the Call of the Meek.
Agreeable indeed. And that being said, looks like action starting off. And both sides, for both junglers, starting off on the same side of the map. So I'm actually interested in seeing whether or not this will actually translate to a transition gank into both the mid lane or the bot lane, depending on which they decide to go for here.
Well, when it comes to early game damage, leave it to the Jarvan to have the upper hand against the Renekton. The Renekton's true damage unlocks when it's level 3, Jarvan for level 3 for more defensive stat, but when you got pre-6, Jarvan is really strong. But after 6, I think Renekton is going to be really out-damaging Pass, and he has to really determine how will I itemize because he is on that Undying, whereas Renren is on that Fervor of Battle, so I think that caught the attention of Steel. He is going in. Renren gets knocked off. This is the first blood at stake. He gets knocked to the air. I don't think it is safe. Slice and Dice will not cut it out. That will be our first blood for Steel.
Whoa, finally, out of all the games that we've had today, we finally see an earlier on first blood towards the 3-minute mark. And wow, like I mentioned, I was actually somewhat expecting that we'd be seeing a proactive Gan towards the mid or bot, but completely by surprise, prediction thrown out the window, leaning towards the top lane. DFM made the proactive move, and it definitely benefited them.
And DFM gets the first blood, and that's Steel. Again, he did get the first blood in other games, and this is what I love about Steel. He is such a powerful jungler, especially when he's on a Rek'Sai or a Zac. He will be the one to dictate how the game is. So see, right after the top lane, he goes straight to the mid lane, onto G4, popping his heal, popping his flash, but the burn will kill him off. Steel is now 2-0. He is on a roll. He will be rushing that Tiamat, and this is bad news for Ascension Gaming.
I'm very impressed with how Steel has been playing this game thus far. What I really like about this is the fact that his ganks are almost somewhat unexpected. So again, if he keeps this up, this might actually be great momentum for Detonation Focus Me to just really topple over Thailand's representative here.
And for Thailand, they have to really have a firm vision control because Steel, he's right now 2-0 on the Rek'Sai that's level 4. He got so much gold value from all those ganks and giving assist golds to the mid laner Saros, which will help him a lot. So this is going to be more control for him. And right now, what happened in the bot lane is that Ascension Gaming's dual Lloyd and Warlock, he is on a Thresh, but Vivid's on a Braum. And now we see that Steel is there. But we can also see that Nooney is in the scene.
Oh wow, I actually like the fact that Steel used his ability before actually going for the commit. Because, the short time invested to kind of see what Lloyd and Warlock's reaction would be was a really great scare off there that it actually saved him a bit more time to determine whether or not he should commit to going for a gank or whether he should back. So again, very impressive thought process.
The trade-off from the top lane. Pass really has to chug down the potion because he is really behind in terms of trade-offs, but he does have the first blood assist, a lead in CS. He did pick up 2 long swords, might go for Tiamat.
Yeah, there we go. So Tiamat indeed. So good prediction right there. Then very sound start for Jarvan the fourth here in that top lane. Manifesting later on into the game. This would kind of grant him I'm actually interested in how he'll be controlling the lane at this point. Whether or not he'll be going for heavier pushes to translate into rolls.
This is really bad news because if you keep pushing in, this will happen. We see Nooney is right there for the body slam combo and also for the stun with the Ruthless Predator, but he reached level 6. There's the burst from the Cataclysm. Steel is on the scene. Nooney's in big trouble. He flashed away, but the knockup still caught to him. Steel is on a killing spree.
Yeah, that was, no pun intended, that was a pretty good steal for Detonation Focus Me here. I really thought that Ascension had that in the bag, but then again, didn't really manifest anything. Wasn't able to take down Paz fast enough. If anything, Paz himself was pretty painful for Renren to deal with. That, oh man.
And this is bad news for Renmin because when the top player, especially a Jarvan, gets 2 assists, that's 1 solid kill, and his CS is 56, already has the Tiamat. He might opt for a Black Cleaver next because at this point in time, Renren's Renekton is really... damage output is very low. He is forced to get a Phage. Normally when a Renekton is on lead, he would get a Tiamat to really burst down that Jarvan and push the lane very aggressively, but he can't do that because he's behind in gold.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, quite behind the deed, and this is really manifesting into a great start for Detonation and Focus Me here. That, again, Ascension Gaming really needing to pick up the slack here. Although, technically, we did see a practiced move from Uni, but the fact that it wasn't as successful, and if anything, only granted Steel and Paz all the more of a overall more of a passing, you know, really getting ahead of their counterparts here. It's just so much that Ascension has to deal with, and we're not even in 10 minutes into the game yet.
Not even 10 minutes into the game, and Steel is already pressuring the top lane. And the bot lane has yet to be ganked in a way that Yutapon is actually more rich compared to Lloyd because he has the boost of speed, the Cutlass, the Doran Shield, and he even had enough gold to get the Control Ward, which is going to be a big deal when it comes to ganking. Ascension Gaming will really have to invest in vision, but right now, Warlock is here, Steel gets hope. Lloyd's Chain of Corruption does not connect. Steel is still alive. Ignited off. 4 members are tailgating him. Steel does have a bounty on his head. Whoever gets it will catch up, and it will be Renren in the top lane.
Oh man, perhaps a little bit of a, how do I put it exactly? Steel overstepping his boundaries a bit. We do know for a fact, sure, he has a great lead, but then again, that was a little bit in too deep and overconfident to a T. That, you know, there wasn't really anyone from Detonation Focus Me that could have gone for a solid response because technically they were fighting on enemy grounds there. So at the end of the day, not really the best move by Steel right there. Whether or not that deters them from their lead thus far, not quite just yet, but then again, they really have to avoid those kind of slip-ups here. Again, they have a great start to this game. You know, you don't really want to spoil it by committing those mistakes that are almost verging on careless to an extent.
So I can see from the shutdown bounties that Renren picked up the boost of speed and the cloth armor. Might go for the Ninja Tabi to really block some of the damage from that passive of the Jarvan because it hurts so much, but leave it to the bounty shared all throughout. Ascension Gaming will catch up slowly, but the 2k gold lead so far is proving a bit too difficult, especially from the junglers, because as we saw Steel overstepping his boundaries, he did get caught really bad there.
So looks like then again, I mean, it's interesting because we were already leaning towards a 2.5 to 3k goalie, but because of that,
Glacier Fisher
we
from
have
the
a fight
bot lane. Will be flashed out from Warlock. He does not want to commit. Sarah's from the mid lane with the package. Ooh, pops his rocket.
That does give the information to Ascension's bot lane that Saros is very well in the vicinity. Looks like G4 will be going for the response.
G4 is there, but the vision will pick him up. He does get spotted in the blue side of their own jungle. Steel is spotted in the red side. What is Renren gonna do? Gonna give the first turret to Pass and Steel. Oh, that is very worth it for Steel. He's gonna get a huge chunk of gold there. 375 gold, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and come to think of it, like, we were already thinking that the Jarvan the Fourth versus the Renekton matchup, we were thinking Renren might have been okay, but because of the proactivity coming here from Phil, you know, really reversing into Paz and Steel's favor. But looks like Ascension in exchange will be responding with the Dragon Take, knowing very well that Detonation Focus means
It's like when Ascension Gaming is getting this Cloud Drake in exchange for the first turret. You're still not getting that huge value because let's say okay, Looney gets the experience, the gold, but DFM, look at that, they get that 100 gold from the Rift Herald shared between them. It was what? Oh, it's just 30. Sorry, 25 gold from them, but it's the objective of the Rift Herald that makes it such a good benefit for DFM. In the way that Steel plays, he is already taking down, spawning the Rift Herald, aiming to take down this mid lane outer turret.
And you know what's interesting here is that I like that point that you brought up because if you're going to look at it, sure, Ascension Gaming was going for that trade-off, knowing that their first trade, they wanted to try to get a trade in the form of the Dragon. It's just that too much information that...
Oh, wow.
The fact that Ascension Gaming's bot lane, rather, was pretty much absent, that was like almost a clear signal that it couldn't have been a recall. It was most likely being a Dragon take. Hey, let's go ahead and take Rift Herald in exchange with that information. So, again, I like how Ascension Gaming is being proactive, really reading situations. It's just that in exchange, they're also giving Detonation Focus Me information through their own movements on the map. And as a result, you know, overall, as far as who's outsmarting too, I definitely say DFM playing it much more better.
Very precise. They know their win conditions and Steel. I just think he's really powerful in this game so far because he got the first turret. He got the Rift Herald, and then after the Rift Herald, he got a solo kill on that turret. That is 350 gold, and right now his KD is 310. I think he already has 3 solid kills from the objectives he's secured, and now this can entitle him to a rush, straight finish to the Titanic Hydra.
Yeah, definitely.
And he's running a fervor of battle. That is scary, and the execution skill from his ultimate will be more than enough to take down high priority targets like Lloyd or G4. But here comes Lloyd. Thanks to the lantern, he does dodge the crystal arrow.
That was a really good clutch on that lantern coming in from
Steel is spotted in the riverside. Very close call, but he does get spotted by a ward. This is really, I gotta say, DFM, they know what's up.
Yeah, they definitely know what's up indeed in the house, in the neighborhood.
Oh, G4 flashed away, but also flash in by Steel. The knockup for the shockwave will not be enough. He burrowed down like a Diglett, and now a teleport's coming in from the top lane. Pass is there for the assist. Steel with 100% kill participation is very rich right now, and I think Ren really regrets his decision. He's trying to get away with a slice and dice and flashes away, but a drag flag combo will caught him off guard. Pass thinks another way, gets away with a flash instead.
I love that Paz continued that teleport, you know, still really going on full commit, because had he cancelled that teleport, you know, that might have actually been a little bit more painful since Nui was already in the vicinity, and with explosive class, you know, things could have gone south for DFM. So again, good commit there by Paz overall. Looking at the bigger picture, still, Detonation focused me a lot of dictation to the pace of this game, with Ascension Gaming trying to pick up the pace by responding themselves, but so far not really manifesting into anything that'll particularly get them back into this game.
Have you seen a Perry dog, Arctic?
A Perry dog? I'm not really quite familiar, but do enlighten me.
A Perry dog is like this, a cuter version of a naked mole rat. So in a way, Steel is this really cute Perry dog, but when you get close to a Perry dog, you get rabies. And I think Ascension Gaming is getting poisoned by this Perry dog, and Steel on a Rek'Sai, I gotta say, it's very scary. He has yet to go back, but instead of getting the Titanic Hydra, he went for the Cinder Hulk enchantment instead. He is so rich right now. I wish I was in his position.
Yeah, like in we're speaking IRL rich here, and even in game, I guess, because you know,
I'm never that rich in game.
Yeah, so sad. One light, one prayer. But anyways, there we go. So 4-1 on the scoreboard right now.
But I think Paz and Steel, they want to give Ren out of business. He's in recession right now. He does not have a flash. He does have the Fervor of Battle for more damage, but I think this will be a signal back. DFM knows that Nuni is there. He is spotted by the Tremor Sense, and there is a control ward to spot him out. Now the bot lane turret will be taken down by DFM.
I love the resolve that I'm seeing here from Detonation Focus Me again. I'm actually surprised that they're a second seed, because how they've been performing thus far, not only in this game, but even in the previous games that we've watched, they're really doing well. These slower seeds from the LJL. That being said, I mean, at this point, because from what I've been seeing from Ascension Gaming here, I haven't really been seeing any proactive plays to try to get back into this game. If anything, they've been limited to being more responsive to what DFM is doing. So I'm kind of worried for them at this point because they really haven't been making any moves to find windows
Oh,
of
Crystal
opportunity.
Arrow. No one gets hit by it.
It's like
Pretty close call.
Oh
my god.
But there we go. Looks like I love the Paz actually pushing out that top lane right there. This will actually grant him much more opportunity to just kind of let Ascension Gaming respond again.
They are recuperating from that exhausting early game start. They really had a bad start there. Really exhausting because in a way that Steel was all over the place during the first 8 minutes of the game. Got the first blood, the first turret, and another turret. Really loaded up. He is more defensive instead of going straight for the Titanic Hydra. Very smart of him to go for the Bammy Cinder of enchantment for his jungle item.
And there we go. Looks like Ascension Gaming, you know, really hoping to try to get a push onto that turret. But then again, of course, in exchange, respecting the retaliation potential coming in from Detonation Focus.
Oh, definitely. Pass does have the Cataclysm ready. The flash, though, not yet up, but for Steel, he does have the flash up pretty much soon. And I think DFM, they are willing to trade this Mountain Drake off. And I think that would be a very easy Mountain Drake for DFM. Whereas Ascension Gaming did get the first Drake of the game, which was the Cloud Drake.
Indeed. And man, still though, I gotta hand it to Ascension Gaming. The positive that from what I'm seeing here, as far as them not being able to make any proactive plays to counter back into this game, at least the good thing is that, you know, they've been able to maintain it within the 5,000 gold range, not really surpassing it that well towards 6,000, but as far as going superlative, going into the 7 to 10k, which would have made things much more dire, there's still a good chance that they could come back. It's just that it's not really in a situation wherein they could just breathe lightly just yet, because so much is going correct, so much working to the favor of Detonation Focus.
For DFM, I don't think they have problems when it comes to map control, because Ascension Gaming, I think they need more vision, especially that Baron's Pit, because it will be up less in 1 minute and 35 seconds. And right now, DFM has the Mountain Drake. The next Drake will be another Mountain Drake. So Ascension Gaming, they did make the same mistake during GPL, where they did not have enough vision in their own territory and objective locations.
Oh man,
There comes Steel. See.
crazy. But yeah, I mean, one of the things that I feel.
Oh! Look at that dong coming from pass. Very juicy dong. And Vivid picks up the kill. Nuni is down. The arrow! Lloyd with the sidestep dodges that arrow. Steel gets knocked by the shockwave flash in from Renwin for the Ruthless Predator. And not enough damage for Steel to get taken down. Pass is there, taking some turret hits. And now it would be Unipon left to damage offered for his team, but it would be a really bad start for DFM because Ascension Gaming, they're pretty much healthy. Warlock for the Flame does not connect. Steel is still there for the go in. He tunnels in for a knockup, but he does get locked down by the members of Ascension Gaming. Steel is still alive, very low, but Unipon is there. He picks up the kill. G4 is in kill range. Unipon can't reach that far.
Man, but regardless, those were a lot of casualties suffered by Detonation Focus. I mean, I don't think they were quite on the same page as to whether or not they wanted to go for an initiate or not. But still, because of that, you know, Ascension Gaming got pretty lucky getting 3 kills off of that indecisiveness coming in from Detonation Focus. But yeah, let's go ahead and check out how that manifests though. I really like this play here coming in from the 3 members of Detonation Focus that were together. But then again, this is where things really start to get questionable here. So DFM actually already taking quite the damage coming from Ascension here. And let's say, sure, they are a complete 5, but then again, here we go. This is where I feel like things really went wrong. Paz actually going in. And I feel like at that point, he was in such a very vulnerable position that the rest of the members of DFM were just kind of forced to help him and respond. And that's where things kind of went wrong for them. This is where the casualties just started flowing in for DFM.
Steel was really trying hard to make a play here, but Pax for the flag really on point.
Yeah.
Did get the kill onto Lloyd.
It did get a kill, but at the end of the day, I feel like he's the one that really caused the casualties in the first place. So regardless, that does narrow down the goal difference. And Ascension Gaming finally I wouldn't say it was a practice play from them. It was more of DFM making the huge mistake, particularly Paz right there, going in and allowing the members of DFM to just continue to go in on them. So regardless, we'll just have to see again. Hopefully this is not a trend that we'll be seeing from DFM where they make these mistakes, these minor mistakes which leads to casualties and losses for them.
Yeah, it's what's more of value here, the mountain or the cloud. I think DFM says, I think the cloud gives me more money. I'll stick to the cloud, and now the mountain drake will be live in 1 minute and 53 seconds. The Baron is there. DFM already marking their territory.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy here.
And the Peridog is just tunneling in and out. He is going to be channeling and planning his escape. But here comes the two-man glacial fissure. The box is there. Steel is in too deep. Teleports coming in from the top lane. Who will be first? There's the explosive cast. Unibot is in a bad position. Red Ring goes in for the kill. For the double kill with the Ruthless Predator. And now Call of the Meek is available. The pass is too in deep. Steel is going to be disengaging from the fight pass. Overcommit still going out to Nooney. Ren is trying to caught him off guard. Dragon Rage combo will connect for pass. He does make it out alive.
Whoa, that was actually a 2-for-1 in favor of Ascension Gaming. And this is the tricky part here for Detonation Focus Me. Slowly, Ascension Gaming is making that climb. I don't know what's happening here with Detonation Focus Me at this point. Transitioning into this mid game, I feel like they're not quite confident or sure of what to do with the lead that they've developed in the early game. That being said, because of these windows of opportunity that happen for Ascension Gaming, it just slowly allows the rest of the members to build up. And it's interesting, look at this right here. It was actually Renwin that was experiencing a lot of the abuse coming in from both Paz and Steel during the early game. But now, look at that KDA. 4-1 and 2 on this Renekton. Really carrying the weight for the rest of the members of Ascension Gaming. And by doing so, it definitely allows windows of opportunity for Nooney, for G4, for Lloyd, to Warlock to really get back into this game.
And he's going for the Titanic Hydra. He did finish it up. He did finish up his Black Cleaver, but when it comes to scaling up, Ascension Gaming does have a really good composition. They have Renrin on that Renekton, G4 on an Oriana. But when it comes to the late game, I think Pass will have a more powerful team clashing tool. It is that Cataclysm. But for Steel, he does have the knockup with his tunnels. When it comes to gold value, I think Renrin's gold value is okay. But when it comes to the 20-30 minute mark, that's going to be diminishing over time because might as well give that to Lloyd or G4.
Yeah, definitely.
But I guess from that teleport play, he did sweep it up really good. Very
really,
easy.
Really good
Like the teleport play from him was really on the enemy side, whereas for Pass side, he was also the same situation as Renrin.
But yeah, overall, one of the worries that I have for Detonation Focus Me is that we've seen a lot of domination. The damage output from Paz earlier was pretty impressive. But later on during this game, once all the members of Ascension Gaming get their itemization, they'll only be limiting to providing the setups for Ascension Gaming. His damage output wouldn't be as potent as it was before as this game continues and prolongs to the greater extent here. But then again, I gotta hand it, Detonation Focus Me. The Drakes are somewhat in their favor as far as helping them topple down objectives.
So I think right now at this stage, Utapon and Lloyd, they do not have enough damage. Just an AD of 143. I don't think that's enough to really chip down those tanks, but it is the Blade of the Ruin King and a Ruin's Hurricane. Instead, Lloyd will be going for more defensive. He gets that Ninja Tabby, whereas Utapon will be getting the Greaves. I wonder what item will separate the build from Utapon and Lloyd. The Baron is up for grabs, and I think DFM, they don't want to give to Ascension, and Ascension, they did smite that Rift Scuttler, but I don't think that's going to be a really big setback for DFM. They are gutsy, they'll go all in, they have 2 Mountain Drakes, why not risk it? I mean, if they risk it, it would be 75-25 because of the state of the lead they have so far.
Yeah, and plus the fact that Renrin actually leaning towards the bot side, plus his teleport isn't even up yet. Probably, again, this is one of those scenarios then wherein across the board we've seen all these teams playing it safe, but sometimes to an extent they play it a little bit too safe that those windows of opportunity to potentially take objectives they miss out on.
I love how Steel is going in deep enemy territory. He did say hi to Nooney, but Nooney does not like his hello. He's still standing on the ward. Vivid is there. 2 members, 3 members in the side of the red side of Ascension Gaming. I think Warlock is pretty much sad with that. I don't see any stacks on his Sightstone anymore, so he will have to go back to refresh to his Sightstones.
Yeah, definitely. And
Really denied a lot of vision though. Here it comes. Oh, the flash still won't be enough. It connects the stun onto G4. A very long stun teleport coming in. Gets cancelled. Second thoughts. Pressure the bot lane. Take it slow. Breathe. Ascension Gaming. They are really at their wits' end right now. I mean, DFM, they have, normally in this situation, when someone pulls a knife on you, you freeze, right?
yeah,
But right now, DFM, they're not pulling a knife. They're pulling a creeper.
there you go. That's actually a very apt description. That's
Like,
actually
it's a
very apt way
bigger
to put it.
knife, and I think that scares up Ascension even more. Here it comes. Oh, that's a bad position for Steel. He does get instantly burst up by G4, but Nooney's very low. Ceres is there for the burst damage. He does take down Nooney. Warlock is very low, but a 2-max shockwave will fend them off. Vivid takes down one of the carries of Ascension Gaming, and now a flash in from Vivid will try and knock him out, but I think Paz sees Warlock as an easier target. That would be the ace of the game. DFM might go for the Baron.
Man, all that shouting in my head right now is DFM, DFM, and it's really working to their favor right now. Again, these are the definitive clashes that we've been talking about across the board throughout all the games that we had for day one of Rift Rivals. You know, these small fights that happened in the earlier games eventually manifesting into these huge plays, and this ultimately sets the bar a huge gold lead in favor of DFM. Let's go in and check out what transpired here. You know, this was a very messy fight. The problem here is that what I didn't really like about Ascension Gaming is that they were pretty nifty close to each other, and as a result, they were overwhelmed. Plus, Renren was one of the primary problems here. He was technically the carrying factor for Ascension Gaming, but he was so late into that fight at that point that what worked for them in the earlier clash that they won, they lost out on the window of opportunity again. It's just so unfortunate that that one miss out from Renren caused the entire, almost might cost them this game.
And now with the Baron in hands of DFM, Ascension is on the defense side. So this would be DFM slowly torturing Ascension Gaming with their pressure. With the Baron play, the Drake will be live in 1 minute and 25 seconds. I think this is going to be very dangerous for Ascension Gaming. One small mistake, it will cost them the game.
Man, I don't know. This is quite tricky. Again, Ascension Gaming, what they want to do right now, of course, first and foremost, they really need to address this Baron. Try to prolong, try to defend as hard as they can, because at this point, DFM really going to go on the offensive right now.
No, Ascension Gaming splitting up members. Steel in the bot side with Pass. They did take down the inner bot lane turret. Now aiming for the inhibitor bot lane turret. Oh, Renren trying his best. The glacial feature did get expended. That would be one ultimate down for Vivid. Nooney is very low. The turret is destroyed. The pressure is working for DFM. Ascension Gaming will have to wait out until Nooney comes back, but I think they're not gonna wait for them. Inhibitor is very low. Warlock for the place will not connect. Renren is there. Goes for Pass. He takes so much damage but escapes with the Damascene Standard.
Yeah, there you go. So Inhibitor down for Ascension Gaming, only going to deter them in the long run. And this really limits them because they actually had quite a number of windows of opportunity to try to get back into the game. They already had it. They were slowly building up on it. But again, that clash that resulted to an ace and a Baron take for Detonation Focus Me. That's what irks me the most for Ascension Gaming right now. That was like ultimately them losing out on their tickets to get back onto equal playing ground with Detonation Focus Me.
And I think DFM is the bullies of the playgrounds, while Ascension Gaming, they're fresh from the school, but DFM are the bigger kids, and they now have the Baron buff. And I think this third Mountain Drake might go in the hands of DFM uncontested.
Yeah, I mean, triple Mountain Drakes, plus the fact that you're exerting that much dominance onto the champions themselves, that's so much Ascension Gaming has to deal with right now that I don't even know they can at this point. Looking at the gold difference, leaning towards 11,000 to 12,000, playing between those digits right there, it's crazy at this point that if I were in Ascension Gaming shoes, I'm not really sure what I could do, because you're overwhelmed as far as these 5v5s. You're overwhelmed in terms of objective pushes, most especially capitalized on by this triple Mountain Drake. It's crazy, man. Pandemonium has been released on Summoner's Rift for both sides.
Right now, I think for Ascension Gaming's their win condition is to rely on G4. They have the really good team clash potential, but when it comes to sieging, it's pretty difficult to siege against 3 Mountain Drake buffs and a Baron that just the Baron just expired, so this gives them more opportunities. They do have the wave clear, they have the Orianna, the Varus, but at what cost? I mean, they already lost the bot lane totally to DFM.
Yeah, totally. And with everything said and done, it's just DFM just really knocking on the base of Ascension Gaming here. And I don't know how much firepower Ascension Gaming has. If anything, even the tankiness to even deal with such an aggressive push coming in from the Nation Focus League, because they're definitely on the offensive right now. And I don't know. It's just so much to deal with that it's scary. It's really scary to think of how Ascension Gaming could potentially defend against this, because if anything, they really need some type of major slip up from DFM to do so.
Major slip up is more of a really miracle actually from the skies, but I don't think DFM will be slipping because they have really good boots and they're wearing their fancy shoes. So for now, I think Ascension Gaming's only way to win is I think to really stick it out, because they have to really fend this off. They don't have the Baron, but the Mountain Drake, see, that's the amount of damage the Mountain Drake is doing for DFM.
Yeah, and if anything, let's say regardless of whether or
and
not...
I think they're doing a pretty good job, Lloyd, especially with the shooing away paths. Oh, look at that, see? Little by little. It's about baby steps. Stack up those blights, boy, and then you snipe him with a piercing arrow. But things are looking really hard. Inhibitor turret in the mid lane gets destroyed. Same as the inhibitor. That's the last inhibitor standing. DFM says, let's take it away. This is going to be the last inhibitor exposed. Ascension Gaming backing away. They don't have enough resources yet. They will be regenerating. Renren still there sticking around, but now DFM just demolished the base of Ascension Gaming and now aims to reset it. Why go for the Baron buff?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, sure, Detonation Focus Me might not necessarily have been able to finish the game yet, but then again, they're really choking Ascension Gaming, limiting them off their windows of opportunity to try to get back. If anything, I don't think that window even exists anymore at this point. Again, like we mentioned, in order for that window of opportunity to open, it's like DFM themselves have to open it for Ascension Gaming. But at this point, with almost the gold lead almost leaning towards a 15k to visit, plus the fact that across the board, Jarvan the Fourth, Rek'Sai, Quirky, Ashe, Braum, all positive, really good KDAs that we're seeing, and the fact that even though, let's say, they're able to take down Paz and Steel, they also have to deal with the backline harass coming in for both Zeros and Yutapon. That, I don't know, man, it's looking
I don't
very, very
think
bleak.
they need a window of opportunity. They need a door, a garage, a bigger space for them to actually go in, because a window is not enough to fit in all the members of Ascension Gaming because they made too many mistakes in this game, because in a way that gave DFM such a good start. An ace, a Baron, and now the second Baron, 3 Mountain Drakes. Ascension should have placed Vision there. They didn't, and now this is the price they pay. And I think this will be the last stand for Ascension. If they pull this off, it's a miracle.
Yeah, the fear is definitely on Ascension Gaming right now. You know, they're just so limited to just defending their base. They couldn't really do anything across the gates of their own base at this point, and it's just crazy. You know, DFM really choked out Ascension Gaming to their last breath, and this might actually be the final stand if they can even stand.
Let's see if they'll stand, but Paz is aiming to end this really quickly with haste. Steel is on the bot side, aiming for the inhibitor. See that G4, he does have his ultimate. All summoners are up. They have all the resources ready for Ascension Gaming. Whereas for DFM, they all have everything ready. So this is a matter of how they clash. It's very important. Ascension Gaming not giving up yet. They are warding off the members of DFM, especially this mid wave. They have a really good wave clear. So far, let's see how things turn out. Slowly but steadily, DFM, they are letting the minions do the work, but one small trigger will make Ascension Gaming go all in, but they are going it slow. They're just giving the next turret. Here comes the collapse from Paz. Too many Cataclysm trapped in. Unipod is going to be free hitting. Lunar Flash is in. Explosive cast, but not going to be too much. And Shockwave does not land onto Unipod. He flashed away. But now the Nexus is exposed. Ascension Gaming has lost the game to DFM. DFM securing the victory in the last game of today's Rift Rivals.
Wow, congratulations to the LJL squad. Detonation focused me again. That very convincing win. If anything, Ascension Gaming just didn't know what to do at that point. They were again. It's such a shame because they were slowly building up for a recovery, but that one clash when they got aced.
Look at him, pretty happy. Pass,
pretty happy.
he actually deserves that, especially Steel. I gotta say, they really played a really good game, especially this is LJL's second seed, one of the really younger teams entering the League of Legends Worlds right now, the community. So this is actually a really good exposure for them. Look at that, good sportsmanship, handshakes for all. And I gotta say, this is a convincing victory for LJL's second seed. Detonation focused me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to how LJL will generally proceed towards Rift Rivals. Again, I'm quite honored to be part of being able to witness what unfolds because, again, like we mentioned, this is a great opportunity to scout out what the regions have to offer. And I gotta say, LJL definitely not disappointing. If anything, very impressive performance. Even not just LJL, but across the board for all regions. Really good games.
Really good games, but this is just day one, guys. We still have more days to come. Day 2 will be tomorrow. Stick around for that. But here are the standings so far. To sum up, a really very spicy, hot day in the first day of the Rift Rivals with Gigabyte Marines sitting at 1 point, Dire Wolves 1 point, 1 win, 1 loss, Ascension Gaming 1 loss, Detonation Focus Me 2 wins, 2 points, Legacy Esports 1 loss, Mineski 1 loss, Unsold Stuff Gaming 1 win, 1 point, Sin Gaming has yet to play in this day 1. We'll see them perform in day 2 and hope that this is just the start of the Rift Rivals. Very exciting, and I hope you enjoyed it today. I am Vulcan, your shoutcaster for the last game. This is Arctic, and we have been your shoutcasters. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. See you tomorrow for Rift Rivals.